He said we didn't have to come back.
Oh.
We'll do some after that. I planned on talking
All
about
right, everybody, welcome to Take Command, and we are in the April edition, and I have with me our wonderful guests, Jessica and Aaron Harrell, and they are of the Florida Dream Team, and they are out of our offices down in Fort Myers and the islands. So thank you guys for joining us today. How are you doing?
We're great. Thank you for having us. You can
I'm
say
really
your
excited to
question.
have you guys because I know you guys are a bunch of fun, and we've had you as a guest before. And I would like you to go ahead and start off by just telling us a little bit about yourselves.
Okay, great. I'm Jessica Nolan. I'm not Jessica Harrell. We are not married, but that's okay.
We're not.
She is my business partner and also my best friend. We've known each other for many years, and we came together a little over 5 years ago. She was starting to steal my clients, so she got her real estate license. Upset me because she was
Yeah.
taking some of my clients. So I said, "Well, hold on a second." Anyway, we started a little over 5 years ago. We have killed it with our team. We have an amazing real estate team and admin team here, and we service pretty much all of Southwest Florida. South Florida, we do a little bit on the other coast, but not much, and mostly anywhere from Marco all the way up to sometimes up to Sarasota, depending on the client. So
Yeah.
a little bit about me is I've been in real estate a little over 20 years. I did mortgages before that. My dad was in real estate here. I'm born and raised here locally, and I have 2 kids and a husband. My one daughter's in law school, and my son is an amazing member of Old Florida Dream Team.
He is. He is. He's starting in our commercial division. Super excited about that. So I'm Aaron Harrell, and I have not been in real estate forever. I've only been in real estate for about 7 years. I was in higher ed in education for about 20, and higher ed before that. I had a consulting firm and left the college, and I was traveling a lot and decided I needed to get my real estate license. My mom was in real estate for a long time. I was trying to sell a big house, and I thought, I'm not paying somebody that commission. So I went and took the test and kind of started in real estate kind of on the side while I was running my consulting business. And I found that I absolutely positively loved it. Got started in commercial. And then, of course, our friends started, as Jess said, giving me their clients, and that kind of upset her. So I said, hey, why don't we come together? And it took her about 1.5 years to finally, she doesn't like change much. So took her about 1.5 years, and we finally decided to start this team. So best thing I ever did. I always say, if you don't wake up in the morning and absolutely love what you're doing, make a change. Make a change. So
that's what she's saying is she loves me.
Yes, I love Jess too. She is a good time. If you know Jessica, you know that our office is always laughing. She keeps us in absolute stitches and on our toes and pushes us to be better. So all those are good things.
All right, great. So now we got to know you guys a little bit. Obviously, we can see some of the personality coming out in you guys. So what we're talking about today is we're focusing on listings for this year. And that really should be our focus anyways when it comes to real estate. As we learn from MREA, is you put your focus on the listings, and the buyers will come as well. When it comes to listings, we're talking about market mastery, and for this month, we're really focusing on getting that listing. So what are some of the things that you have to do before you even take that listing appointment to make sure and ensure that you do get that listing once you go on the appointment?
Well, a little bit about what I'm thinking is we do a lot of, we know a lot of people around town.
Yeah.
So we do a little stalking.
Yeah.
We find out what we have in common with people. Most of our business, probably a little over 80%, is referral based on some level. Yeah. And so whether it be agent to agent or client, a past client, friends, family. So we usually have some kind of in with that client, that seller. So that always helps.
I think it's super important to note right up front, we are a database team. We've tried it all. We've tried buying Zillow leads. We've tried, the realtor.com leads. We've done all the big platforms. We left Command. We were one of the first teams that really embraced Command and started, and then we left because we thought there was something better and came back. So it's really important to note that we are a database team. That's where we get the large majority of our leads. The other leads come in from either agents, KW agents, or other referrals in town.
Why did you guys come back to Command?
You made us.
You begged us to. No, I'm just kidding, Ryan. I'm just kidding. So we found that we were paying a ton of money for a product that, what's that?
I said, I must have a lot of power then.
Yeah. We found.
He's like, I made you come back. Wow.
Yeah. No, we felt like we were paying a lot of money for, and the system, some of the systems, we tried 2 different systems. They did a lot, but our team wasn't really using all of those things. And so if you're not totally like, we had the Lamborghini and we were driving it like a
Prius.
Yeah, like
That's
a Prius.
what somebody told us.
That's exactly what they told us. And Command is simple. It works for what we need. It's easy to use. It's user friendly. And I think that, Command has really taken a lot of the feedback that we've given as a team that, you guys collect, and that, the labs work, Brett does with the labs work. I think they really were listening and made a lot of great improvements. And so
Awesome. We did listen, and we got a lot more coming to you too.
Yeah, we're excited about that.
Yeah, you got your websites. I know you guys websites are important to you, and just yesterday they released the quick AI assistant that will actually help you write your blogs and stuff for your website for you if you want to.
Nice.
So that was just released. All right, so I know you guys are very data driven too, because we were talking about numbers and stuff. So is that something that you guys tend to do before you go on a listing appointment?
Yeah, so we really, Jess is the stalker. We look to her for, she's a cyber stalker. She can find just about anybody. So don't ever do anything to her, because she'll find you on social media, know everything about you in about, in about 10 minutes. But it really does, that really helps us get to know what our clients do. I tend to be more numbers driven. And so I'll just show you a little bit, like kind of what we do before we go on a listing appointment. If you want to throw our screen up there. I'll give you a quick, everybody runs comps before they go. That's, I think, what's typical. Agents will take a look at the comps and run those comps. We tend to go a step further. So we might go, let's just say Whiskey Creek is a neighborhood near us. Type in Whiskey Creek for me. So we'll go into the RPR. I'm in RPR, which is in your matrix. And we'll go to Whiskey Creek neighborhood. So I just went to research to neighborhoods to Whiskey Creek neighborhood, and I get a neighborhood summary. So this is going to tell me a little bit about the market, and I won't go through all of this because you all know what this is, but what the changes, so we like to know before we go into that listing exactly what the market's doing. But equally as important is who's living in that neighborhood. So we go to the people, facts, and stats. What's the population there? This compares it to Lee County, Florida, and USA. I have put in some metrics so we get a little bit more. Sometimes you can set up the RPR any way you want, but education level, who's there, some high school. So we know that 91% of the people that live in Whiskey Creek have some high school graduates, associate's degrees, bachelor's. Why is that important? Because when we go to market this property, we want to know who we're marketing to. We want to know who's coming into this neighborhood, and this is going to tell us kind of where they're at. The population of children by age group. So we know that this is middle school, high school, and elementary school. Look at the population. That's huge. So that's going to tell us that this is a super friendly family neighborhood. That's who we're going to want to go to. So we might market it to the school districts, to some of the private schools. Population of the adult group here, 35 to 54 is your biggest group. So that's kind of, your family age, households with children, household income, occupation. So I don't need to go through all of this, but we'll look at the economy, what's going on there, the median income. So we know kind of where to market there. Unemployment rate there is very low. So you know that it's a working class. And then it even goes into quality of life, which I don't pay too much attention to this. The annual snowfall, they don't have any snow here in Whiskey Creek. So but if you're looking at some of our senior communities, the AARP livability, so we have a ton of retirees here. This is super important information. When you show up at your listing appointment and you can tell them what the livability statistic is instead of just what their house is worth, you're going in with a lot of knowledge that they don't even have about selling. So it just gives you an idea, average commute time. So we know that the people that are moving to this neighborhood don't like to drive a whole lot. They like to stay in that neighborhood. So we want to kind of look at what they like, what they do, and learn a little bit more about them.
Nice. I like it.
Yeah. So we not only stalk them, but we stalk the community that we're going to list. So we know, and we want to be able to make a connection.
We also want to
So
be
how do you-
smarter than our competition.
Yeah. We just gave it all away.
Yeah.
Darn
Good job.
it.
I heard you say how much information you get there and you stalk them. So how do you use this data to stalk them? You're just stalking them, but how do you actually use that data?
Yeah, and I should probably rephrase that. It's not in a negative or bad way.
Right.
Again, like I said, we're from here. We know a lot of people here. Social media can be a positive and a negative, but we try to use it as mostly in the positive way with finding out what do we have in common, who do we know in common. But there's been times I've reached out and I see, somebody I used to work with or sold a house to is good friends with the person I'm going to list their house. I absolutely am going to use them and say, hey, give me a good reference. I'm going to throw your name out there and be ready in case they call you. And because, our reputation's everything. We work off of integrity and our reputation. And that's the most important thing for us as a whole and as a team. And that's what we expect from our team partners as well as each other. We hold each other at a very high level of respect, and we expect a lot of that out of us when we go to present ourselves. So I want people to know that I did a good job. I do a good job. I work hard for you. Nobody in this business works harder or plays harder than we do. We play a little harder than we work sometimes. But I want them to know that. So I always want to have some kind of reference that they can go back to and say, so I use that person that I find or people that I find and say, hey, I saw you're friends with so-and-so. Give them a call. I sold their house or I sold their house. We have a lot of that. Most of our clients have something in common with somebody we've worked with.
I feel like you're just using social media for what it's intended, to build relationships.
Amen.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I would agree, starting with listings, building that relationship from the very beginning, even before they know that you're needing to have that relationship with them, is important. They always say those who have the most information win. So you're playing to win, right?
Right.
There is no other option.
All right. So can you give some examples of some of these, how you use some of these market insights when you're doing your listing or preparing for your listing?
You want me to take that?
Sure.
Okay, I can go. We take a lot of, obviously, the information she was going through. We take that, like Lee County has a different school system than other counties, so we have a school choice. So we have to really take that into account. If there's no guarantee that they're getting into a certain school, and they may want a certain school, so we have to give all of that information to them and say, hey, if you're going to buy in this zone, these are your options. And then the closer you are to this school is you got a better option in getting into it. We want to give all of that information. We don't ever want a client to call us, a year after they've been there and said, why didn't you tell me I was buying in the East zone or the South zone?
Or failing school zone.
Right.
Yeah.
And now I have no options for my kid and I have to either move or send them to private.
Right.
And I don't have that money. I don't ever want a client so I want to, like you say, give them as much information as we can. So like when we put them when they're looking in a certain area, I say, these are your school zones. These are your options. Or, like I have some elderly clients that wanted to buy in LaBelle. I was born and raised in Alva, right around the corner. I love it out there. It's very rural, but I also know that they are in the doctor's office 2 or 3 times a week.
Right.
So I talk to them about that. Are you going to want to drive 45 minutes to an hour 2 or 3 times a week to go to the doctor? And they look at me like, sometimes I get what is it, your business? But then most of the time they're like, they think about it and they're like, you're absolutely right. And they're thankful that we think outside the box. We never want somebody to be put in that position.
And
Go ahead. I'm done.
I'll give you just a different example, Ryan, a different take on that. We have gone on a couple listing appointments lately, and we always encourage people when we go on listings, we always say to them, interview 3 or 4 agents. Don't just interview us. We want it to be a great fit for you because we really are about building relationships with our clients. And so it has to be a good fit. They have to know us, like us, trust us. It's a big decision that they're making to sell their house and ultimately buy another one. So we've been up against a lot of agents recently, Redfin, Zillow, especially with all that's going on, that are, negotiating their commission right up front. I went on one the other day and they said, well, will you do it for 3%? I have a Zillow agent that's going to take it for 2% and 1% to the seller's agent. And I said, no. I said, but, talk to me about that Zillow agent. Talk to me about, what they're offering you. And, oh, they do all this. And I put it in, I think it was a Redfin agent anyways. And I said, oh, where are they located? And they said, well, here, of course. And I said, oh, that's interesting because our Redfin office is super small. So it turns out they were not here at all. They were not boots on the ground. They happened to be in town when they went on that listing appointment, but they're in another city an hour and a half, 2 hours away. And so the more we talked through that, knowing what we were up against, encouraging them to have those conversations with other people. And ultimately they came back to us and they said, one of the things we really loved was that you were data driven. You not only knew your community, but you brought all the data about the community and you knew who you were going to market to. So I think it's important to know that, to have your data and have your, know your community.
And can I just add real quick, one thing that is important, we know that we're going to make those clients more money than that discount brokerage. We know that as agents. That's what we do for a living. So we are expected to know that. They don't understand that. Right. All they see is dollar signs. So it's our job as agents to portray that to them and make them understand how they see the numbers. Right. Because if they don't understand it, they're going to go to the discount brokerage all day long. Right. Why wouldn't they? They see money. But if they actually understand the numbers, it's clarity for them.
How do you get them to understand that?
I send Aaron.
A lot of times we do a net sheet, we'll do a net sheet ahead of time. We'll say, if you listed this, you'll sell this. And as we go through some of these other questions, you're going to kind of see some of the different things we do. But a lot of times we'll bring that net sheet or we'll bring an Excel spreadsheet. I'll bring up, my iPad or my computer right there and show them, if it sells at this is what this looks like. If it sells at this is what it looks like. And I said, oh, well, they were going to list it, for a lot lower, or they can list it for more. And, it always comes back to, we're not in the business of listing. We're in the business of selling. Market dictates what it's going to sell for. So, but if somebody doesn't know how to negotiate during inspection, or you get all the way to the end and you've been off the market for 30 days and they're going to lose it over financing, or, explaining all of those pieces of the sale to them is super important.
And I would just add that, let's be honest, we have over 10,000 agents in our board alone. That's just our Florida Gulf Coast board. Right. That's a lot of agents. There's an agent on every corner. Everybody has a cousin that's an agent or a friend that's an agent. So it is imperative that in this type of market, if we were back in COVID years, you could throw a sign in the yard and sell it. You can't do that now. You have to work to sell it. And so we are not in the business of putting a sign in the yard and walking away and letting somebody else sell it. We try to sell our own listings. I mean, that's important to us. I mean, of course, we love to work with co-brokes, and most of the time it is a co-broke. But if we can sell it ourselves, that means we're doing our job. We're marketing it. We're getting it out there in front of eyes that haven't seen it. We just went on a showing appointment together on one of our listings. It's been on the market for a long time. And it was a client of ours that has seen it over and over on social media. And we've pushed and pushed, and she finally called us. So that means we're getting it out there. We're doing everything we can as a listing agent.
So what are some other ways that you guys show through your business how you utilize hyperlocal information? You just showed us a bunch of information that you pulled off of the MLS. How else are you utilizing that, or how else are you showing that?
We do a listing presentation. Can I change this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll throw it back up here for you. Oh,
thank you. So we always, when we go to a listing appointment, we bring multiple things. We do basically a one-line CMA, but we also do an advanced CMA that we run adjustments on. We break it down to where we usually do a different, like kind of a range of numbers. We never give them a price, a suggested list price, because the market dictates the price. And we usually want them to decide on the price, but we kind of give them an idea, a ballpark of where that is going to come in. And then we bring this listing presentation. We have multiple listing presentations. We have luxury listing presentation, acreage with home, because we do a lot of acreage homes. And then we have just a standard residential listing presentation. And this is our luxury listing. Most of them are the same. There's a few things that differ on each. We tell them a little bit about our team and Aaron and I. We tell them about our agent. That page that you're seeing there will be swapped out for whatever agent on the team is going on the appointment. Our agents on our team can list. We consider them partners. So they are not just buyer's agents. They can list homes. So if they have a listing, they put their agent page in there. And then we have our foundation. That's huge in our minds. Aaron used to foster, and we're very involved with the foster kids, local foster kids and displaced kids. And our foundation supports middle and high school foster and displaced homeless children, which we have over 2,300 in just our county alone that are in that position. So our foundation is huge. And then we break down the listing process for them, how we, our open house strategy, how we open house, what we do to get people into our open houses. Because it's one thing to throw a sign in the yard, it's another to actually get people in there.
And if you're not using the 7th level open house where you're doing your circle prospecting and calling ahead or door knocking, I'm not a big door knocker. I don't like people at my door, so I don't like to go to other people's door. But whatever your strategy is, whether it's calls or you need to be, if you're going to do an open house, don't throw a sign up and go sit it. If you're not really marketing it, then don't waste your time.
Yeah. And we actually put signs out the day before. We try to. And then we break down all our advertising. Of course, we have a little bit of print advertising, but most of it's online based. And we explain to them all the different sites they'll be on. And, quite honestly, most of these sites you're on anyway, as soon as you hit MLS, they're all syndicated through MLS. But we do a little bit extensive marketing with the geofencing and different things that we do. We show them all the sites that they're all syndicated to. Of course, we do professional photography like majority of agents do. We do offer drone and Matterports when needed or when requested, or if the listing warrants it. We are huge on social media. They're always, somebody said to me, "You're always dressed up lately." I'm like, that's because you never know when they're going to put me on a camera. We were never fans of the camera.
No.
I actually hate looking at myself. I never watch my own videos because I'm mortified. I hate my voice. I hate everything about it, because it's just everybody says it.
One thing stuck with us. So we were at, it was probably one of, family reunion, one of the big, and somebody said something and it stuck with both of us. It said, "The video I produced today is better than the one you thought of last year." And it's just doing it. You have to just do it. I mean, we don't like it. We don't like seeing ourselves, but you have to do it. And we get more comments on our social media, on the bloopers we put out, on the things that we screw up that are funny. I mean, we're just having fun. People get to see who we are when we're doing it. It sells. It sells houses. It gets attention on the homes. So it's a great tool, and it's free advertising. It doesn't cost you anything. We do boost a lot of our posts, and we do use this to target market a lot. But social media is, people are on it, and there's such a wide spectrum of who's on it. So we try to use the Twitter. I'm not much of a tweeter, but Twitter, Instagram. Oh, it's X now. So
That's how tweeting she is.
Yeah, I'm not a social media guru, but Instagram, Facebook.
We do TikToks, which TikTok's a little more wild west, but we're all over the place. But we do that because we want to target all genres. We want to go from baby boomer down to, the Gen Z, X, whatever it is. We want to hit all of those because, we have clients all the way from 21 to, in their 80s, 90s. So we want to make sure we're hitting all of them with our social media. It's the free, cheapest advertising you'll ever do. So we have multiple social medias. We do a little bit of Southwest Florida out and about. It's a Fox 4 videos that we do. And then we use these, weren't these from Mega?
Yeah.
Were they Mega Camp or Family Reunion?
Yep.
Some of the slides that Gary did and offered. We think interest rates is everybody's biggest fear. So we like to hit them head on and address them and explain it to them and what we're going to fight for. These are we always show our last few years numbers, and then we go down to, we're also in 3 MLS areas. We're in our local MLS, which is the Royal Palm Coast, and then we are in Stellar and the Miami Dade area. And we like to show them these because look, I know when you put it on one MLS, it goes on Zillow and it goes, and so it's out there. However, we are getting a lot of agents that are traveling from a lot further, whether it's the other coast or even up to Orlando, Sarasota, anything south. If they're traveling and they're staying with their client and coming here, they're looking at their MLS. And if they can't get on ours, they're having to look at Zillow or Matrix. What is it? MLS Advantage. Yeah. And it's not as easy, user friendly. Yeah. So we find that this helps a lot, and it shows our sellers that they're getting the notice out there.
It's a great value proposition for us.
Yeah. This is all great. This is amazing. How long did it take you guys to put all this together?
Years.
How many iterations of this have you done?
We've done a lot of iterations. We constantly are updating it. We update it every month or every 2 months when the new numbers come out. We'll update, put new pages in it. We're constantly, and a lot of times we'll go to a listing presentation and we'll think of something, or they'll say something and we'll come back and we'll revise this. So it's a constant work in progress. And there are times when you go to your listing presentation and they don't want to see any of this. I went on a listing presentation the other day and he said, don't bother with any of that. I don't want to see it. He said, talk to me. And so
I was actually going to ask a question next.
So yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, how often do you actually have to bring this out? How many of them actually care? And you guys, do you guys look into that, like what the personality type is and whether
absolutely
need to be in front of them or not be in front of them?
Right. And so one of the things Jess does, and she does it really, she is a master at listings. So, and her turnover rate and her rate of getting listings, both of us have a really high rate. If we go on the listing appointment, I think it was 97% of them we get, unless they decide not to list. But one of the things that she does really well is she goes in and she tours the house. We both kind of will tour the house first and walk through. And what we're doing there is really getting a sense of the type of personality they have. Are they telling us that how to use the motorized remote on the blinds and showing us every single thing? Then they're super detail oriented. Or are they just kind of giving you the overview and telling you the house faces south and kind of take a look for yourself? That's going to tell you what kind of presentation we need to give them. So touring the house with them is not just seeing the house, it's really learning about that person before we sit down at the table with them.
Knowing their personalities is important, huge, but also knowing your personality and how you're going to work with them. Because everybody knows I'm a high D, but when I go on presentations, I can bring out my high I quick.
And because if you don't know what she's talking about the DISC profiles. Yeah. So if you're not familiar with your learning style, your personality style, I highly suggest you take the DISC.
Absolutely mandatory.
Yeah, to learn. And we've done so many different personality inventories, but you do have to know your personality inventory before you know theirs.
Because you can't adapt to those people if you don't know what you're adapting to and how you are. That's huge.
All right, so you guys have spent years putting this together. It's constantly changing. You go in and you decide whether this needs to be put in front of them or not. But let's back up a second. How did you even get to this point? I know at the beginning you talked about a lot of people in the area, so you kind of have it in. You get put in. What about the others that you don't really know? How are you getting those appointments? What is it you're doing to get in the door?
Well, a couple of years ago, we
and that was a question from one of our viewers. I'm sorry. I want to make sure I gave him credit. James is
Perfect.
Harrington's agent from our Clearwater office and wanted to
Awesome.
highlight his question.
Thank you for asking, James. So we are, thanks to Aaron, we are very good at setting goals. We meet every year in October to set the next year goals and what our expectations, et cetera. And we do the one thing and all that. A couple years, 2 or 3 years ago, I can't remember what year it was. One of our biggest goals was brand awareness. We felt like we were just on the cusp of people knowing who we were, but we hadn't quite got there yet. And so we really focused that year. I think it was 22 or 21. Anyway, we focused really hard on brand awareness. And we have our feet in a lot of things. We got podcasts, we're constantly doing stuff, but we're consistent. And now that we're consistent with, and that's probably the key word is consistency. But now that we're consistent with all the things we do, our social media marketing, our podcast, our different things we do, we go out into, whether it's at a party or it's at a function or whatever, and people that we don't know who we are. Most of it's from our videos and different things we do, and they're coming up to us.
Most of it's our screw ups.
They love to watch
I saw you sitting in the bathtub, or oh my gosh, that video is hilarious because you couldn't get your
She
words
was
out.
dressed in the bathtub, by the way.
Yeah, I was totally dressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the point is Erin gets in the bathtub in every video she does. So we do a blooper reel of her bathtub shots.
If they have a good time, you gotta get in it.
So, but
To be more
it's silly, but
Yeah.
people remember it.
To be more specific, James, when we do our data, when we do our strategies of what we're going to do, we do 5 strategies for listing. The whole team commits to it. And some of those things are attending 2 events a month that you typically wouldn't go to. So some of our groups go to moms groups. And I think the one that has made the biggest difference for people outside of our database that we're not working to get your foot in the door is going to things that you might not go to your Chamber of Commerce, I'm a boater. So I not only was going to boat club meetings and boat awareness, but I started a boat club, and that's at 9,000 followers now. So get yourself involved. Whatever it is you do, whatever your hobby is, get out and do it. You're not getting anybody sitting in your office. If you're sitting at your desk all day, you're doing something wrong. But get involved in the community, make your strategies, and then be consistent. A lot of times people quit. There's an old adage that, 99% of people quit 1% before they get to the door. That's a great one too. So be consistent. Set your strategies at the beginning of the year and keep following them. Don't quit right when you're at that door. Just keep doing it, and it will pay off.
And put yourself in circles that you're not comfortable in.
Right.
I love my little tiny bubble of friends because I can be me and I don't have to worry about cussing or yelling or saying weird stuff. I know I haven't cussed yet, but I can just be me and I don't have to worry about watching my back or what I say. But if you're not in new circles, you're not meeting new people. Talk to every waitress, join the Rotary, join whatever, and just get in circles that you're not used to.
And then consistently show up. You can't go one time and expect to get follow-up or leads out of it.
Yeah, consistency is definitely the biggest key in everything you do. And especially that database you're working on, hopefully, whether it be in Command or whatever other CRM you're in, it doesn't matter which one you're in as long as you're doing it consistently. If you're just putting them in there and you're not following up with them and talking to them, then it's not going to work. You got to stay in front of them. And if somebody raises their hand at some point and says they're interested in listing their home and they say right now is not the right time, they did raise their hand. It's kind of like somebody going to open house and saying they're interested in buying about 6 months out. If you stay in front of them, what happens to 6 months?
Right.
And that follow-up creates a genuine lead versus just calling them one time and they list their house and then they're done.
Yep.
If you have that relationship and you constantly follow up, even if they never list with you, there's a relationship there that you've created that when they hear real estate and somebody say, I need a good realtor, your name's the first on their head. And that's the biggest thing is when people see me or see my name, they think real estate. That was my goal. That was her goal. That was our brand awareness goal is I want them to think of Old Florida Dream Team.
Great. All right, let's see. We talked about your presentation, and let's go now. Since we talked about your presentation and you're showing your packet, we talked about you walking them through the house and understanding what their personality style is. So now, when do you guys go into talking about numbers?
Hmm.
I let them take the lead. Did you
No,
want
go
to?
ahead.
I like to let the client run the meeting if that's their personality. If it's not, I go through, I get a good feel for them. I know where they're at. I like them to tell me a number
Yeah.
versus, and then I know where we're at. But it's usually fairly, once we're more comfortable and now they like me, once they like me, I know I'm pretty much in.
So I try to get them to identify where they're at first. I try to, in our first call, I try to say, do you have an idea of where you want to be priced? Do you have an idea? And if they say, no, that's your job, I say, well, my job is to tell you what the market is doing. And so are you aware of what your market's doing? I know you've been watching your neighbors' houses sell. So I try to kind of gauge, are they the person that's on Zillow, which I'm not a Zillow fan because I'm a numbers person. And they're not always accurate on Zillow. So what I try and do is gauge, are they the person that's on there every single month watching, or every week watching their neighbors' houses sell and why they didn't sell and who that agent was? That's going to give me a real good indicator of how I come in with my numbers. So if they're telling me, oh yeah, I know this house at this address sold at this and this house at this, then I know I not only have to go into Matrix, but I also have to go into the tax roll and get the off-market properties. And if you don't know how to do that, give us a call and we'll show you. But I go into the tax roll and pull everything off market that's sold in that neighborhood, because that person, you need to show up and know your numbers. If they're just like, I have no idea, I'm just calling you to get an idea or a ballpark of what it is, that's kind of a different conversation. That conversation is, here's the thing. But we try never to get boxed into having us tell them the number. The market dictates what that house sells for, not us. So our job is not to tell them, and we're super candid. My job is not to tell you, well, I'm not an appraiser, what your house is worth. My job is to tell you what the market's doing, and then you tell us what you would like to get out of your house. If that number is super high and it's unrealistic, we always say, keep our card. You
You'll
might
call
want to go
me.
with the agent that can list your house at 800,000 when the top one is sold at 425, because you're going to call me when they can't sell it. But I won't take, we don't take overpriced listings unless we say to them, we'll test the market right now because it's a different market. And we could bring up a screen to show you. We go in with the data of year over year, what the market is doing. We look at 2018, 19, 20, 21 kind of pre-COVID years where a more stable market occurred. And we can tell them what that market was doing. We can tell them how many days on the market, and then we'll come back in and we'll say, we'll price it high. If the average house sells at 425 in your neighborhood, we'll take it at 450 if you agree to drop it every 2 weeks until we get to that 425 point, until we start to get people through your door.
The tough conversation we're having right now is with the current market we're in, is that some of the sellers, majority of them, are still at that high number, and they're not when we bring them black and white numbers, this is what the market's dictating, and this is where we're at, but they still want to be at that $100,000 higher than whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So we explain to them, we have that conversation, and it's not an easy conversation. But my philosophy is, if you don't have it, you're going to get they're going to get pissed at you, and you're going to have it later on.
Right.
And now you've spent time on the market, you're losing them money, you're not selling it, you're losing money because you're marketing it and you're not selling it. So who's happy? So just have it in the beginning and they'll respect you more for it. The conversation goes, we're going to price it here and we're going to chase the market. And not only are we chasing the market, you're going to end up with less in your pocket than you would have if you priced it strategically for what the market's calling for. And what I mean by that is, if the house is worth 400 grand and you want to list it at 500 grand, you're going to, and yeah, you'll reduce it 3 or 4 times in the first 60 days. But by day 60, you're now at the right price where we told you to be at 425 to begin with. And you're 60 days on the market. So tell me, put yourself in buyer's shoes. Is the buyer going to come in and say, oh, I'm going to give him full price, he's at the right price now? Hell no. He's going to say, you've been on the market for 60 days. I'm coming in at 385. And now you're taking less than what you would have originally gotten if you did it right. And so when they see it that way, and we make them step out of the seller's shoes, step out of their home, and say, this is business. This, you got to put yourself in the buyer's shoes. It usually is like a light bulb moment. And they're like, let's do it at this number.
The other thing we tell them is, from 20, when you show them the numbers, and I can pull it up if you guys want to see it, but when you show them the numbers and you look at, 19, 20, 21, pre-COVID kind of years before it went insane here, and the days on market, then people were buying house because of location, then condition, then price, because they were willing to pay whatever. The market was crazy. Everything was flying off the market and there was this frenzy. Now it's determined by price, condition, location. They have to be able to get something that's in their budget that they can afford with the interest rates, then look at the condition of the home and what they're going to have to put into it, and then the location, until you kind of get into that multi-million-dollar bracket, and then they really don't care. But although we find that a lot of our luxury market is really, they're the ones that really pay attention. But right now it's price, condition, location. And that's a shift.
Yep, definitely. All right. So I want to go back over real quick what we've been over, because we've been over quite a bit. And what I've heard you talk about quite a bit is temperature checking. Really, you've been checking the temperature on the client, making sure you know where you're at. What that kind of tells me is you guys are big on building that relationship throughout the whole things, because that temperature check is that relationship, understanding what their needs and what their wants are, so you can tailor the whole conversation towards them. Would that be an accurate assessment of what you guys are doing?
Absolutely.
So I think really this whole consultation is all about relationship building. It's just understanding what their needs and their wants are. So I want to let everybody know on here, James Harrington, thank you very much. Or I know him as Jim Harrington. Thank you for posting your question on there. I want to encourage the rest of you guys. We're going to open up some time to ask some questions to Jessica and Aaron. So if you have any questions, please put that into the chat in YouTube, and we'll be happy to bring those questions up here. I have a few more questions I'm going to go over with them while I'm waiting to see some of those questions pop up. But I wanted to go into marketing and negotiating a little bit more. So can we, now that we've kind of seen where you guys are getting the numbers, how are you using those throughout this consultation? Can you talk to us a little bit more about your marketing, and then we'll dive into the negotiating part a little bit more?
Yep. So marketing, we really, once we know who to market that home to, and that's really studying that neighborhood, who's living in that neighborhood. We do a lot of commercials, so we have access to what's called demographic tapestry. And if you're not familiar with the demographic tapestry, it tells you, demographic tapestry, you can just Google it. It tells you who lives in certain neighborhoods. And so once we find that out, and we find out, we look at kind of the, what are the hobbies of those people? What are the age groups of those people? That tells us where we're going to market a home. So we also look at driver's license, transferability. So who's coming to our area? So we pull the driver's license. That's public information. I know.
He's not really a stalker.
Nerds. Yeah. Well, I do stock data, but we look at who's coming to our area, how many people are coming, and where are they coming from? And then we use that data to market. So we'll target market. Right now, our highest has been New Jersey, New York. California is always huge. Canada is huge here. And Cape Coral, Germany is huge. So we look at those. We look at where those driver's licenses are getting transferred from. We look at where people are moving from. We also use Command. If you go in and you look at the market insights of where those referrals are coming from, that tells us, when you put all that data together, it really tells a story of where we need to be marketing our homes to. So we do a lot of target marketing through Command or through Facebook on target marketing where people are coming from in our area. We also use Boolean searches. If you put it into and use Google Analytics, Boolean searches are just keyword searches. It's just a way to put in, if people are searching for waterfront properties, for luxury properties, and then those keywords make our ads pop up wherever they are. So we target market that way.
I use Boolean to make soup.
Yeah, she's a Boolean queen.
I was thinking the same thing.
I
So
know.
I guess we know which one's the analytical one here, right?
Mm-hmm.
She is the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right.
A
So
little research.
So does that mean you're the negotiating one?
No,
pretty much.
Yeah,
we're both pretty good at it, but
yeah.
Okay.
you know, we work total. Erin and I are yin and yang. I could not do it without her. Like, we could not be what we are without each other, because we
True
just
story.
are so different, but our goals, our wants, all are aligned, and that's what's imperative. I often said I would have never partnered with anyone. I watched my dad be in real estate for 40 something years, and his, the partnerships and stuff, and it's a struggle. It's I'm married to Aaron in many ways. I know, but you have to have a level of respect for each other. Aaron is, without a doubt, can have anything that I have, and I know that it's going to be taken care of. So having that level of respect is huge. There's never a day that Aaron and I are not on the same page. Do we have disagreements? Does she want to rip my head off at times? Absolutely. But we talk it through. We have those conversations, and they're not always easy. I struggle with them more than she does. I don't like to hear what I do wrong. She fixes it in 2 seconds because she's just like that. So with all that being said, yes, because of the bathtub videos, absolutely.
Right. I just feel like so we're going to come back to it. We got off the negotiations, Ryan. We're going to come right back to it. But
okay.
I do think that it's super important if you're building a team, you're building a partnership, and this is a little off topic, to make sure that you're working with somebody that you have a deep respect for and a deep admiration for, and that works
and trust,
and that works equally as hard. I mean, we left here last night at 7:00. We were back here at 6:30, 7:00 this morning. So, I mean, you have to find somebody that grinds like that. So as far as negotiating, we negotiate a little bit differently. I say all the time, Jess is a master. Jess is great at saying tough things. And in this market, you have to be able to say really tough things to your sellers to make them understand the market. She's better at that than I am. I take a softer approach. She's very direct. Our clients love it because they know right up front what they're getting. You're not trying to tell them the same thing for 3 or 4 or 5 days. She's very, very direct and very, very assertive when it comes to that, which wins a lot of negotiations for us. She just lays it on the line. Like, I'm not going to sell the house at that. Then there's no house that's sold. Your house, doesn't look that great. And, you need to do this, this, or this. You're not willing to do it. You don't have the time to do it. So we're going to sell it at this price.
And there's a couple things with that. There are plenty of clients out there that don't appreciate that. So I do have to back it off. I've been known to not have a filter. I'm very direct, and you know what you get when you get me. That's just who I am. But I also can respect people that aren't quite there. So I'm fairly good at knowing my audience and knowing who I'm with and being able to read who I'm with and sitting across from and know what they're expecting. So with that being said, I do back off when I need to. But bottom line is, if you don't give them everything you got at the table and be as genuine and as true as you can be, you're in the wrong business. I mean,
and talk about the art of negotiation for a few minutes. So negotiation is an art form. When we're negotiating a contract, Jess always says, present, you have to present every contract. We know that, but it goes beyond that. Get a counter, get a starting point. If you know you're way off base, don't waste time. But when you're negotiating with another agent on your seller's behalf, you're speaking for your seller. Don't overspeak. Don't overpromise. And silence is a good thing. I let the room be silent a lot of times. Even when I'm just going on the listing presentation, I give them time to look at the presentation. I give them time to ask questions. I use a lot of pauses so that they're thinking, so that I'm waiting for them to respond and I'm not over speaking what they're saying. And so when you're in those negotiations, there's tons of books out there, but you really have to, especially in this market, master the art of negotiation. You really have to know the clients you're working with, have your ducks in a row. And when you're speaking on behalf of your client, pause a lot, stop and say, I appreciate this. I'm going to take it back to my client and I'll get back to you. And I think the last thing is timing is of the essence. I mean, we work till 9 or 10 o'clock a lot of times because we have been in the situation one too many times where we don't take the time to step out of dinner, or and we're not saying don't have a life. But if you don't get that offer signed and another offer comes in behind you, or we've lost deals that way. And so we try to do our best when we're negotiating to get things wrapped up as quickly as possible.
I want to add to your, there's a class that I would suggest everybody who's doing listings take, and it's called Train the Presenter, because they talk exactly about that.
Yeah.
Powers in the pause. Right. So being quiet is really important. So if you haven't taken Train the Presenter, I would suggest that you do take Train the Presenter. It would help you with that. Even if you don't plan on being a teacher or presenting in large crowds, it will help you with presenting in front of with your listings and even with your buyers. Just the power is in the pause. You can be quiet
Yep.
and get a lot done. A lot of heavy lifting gets done there.
Yeah. And that's hard because we have, if you didn't notice yet, we have a lot of personality.
Yeah. And I'll say, especially newer agents, and I was guilty of this when I was, go on one of my first listing appointments, or even with buyers, you're so nervous and you're so excited, and you get a new offer in, or you get the listing, and you're like, boom, boom, boom. And you're just talk, and you overpromise, and you say things that you may not should have. And if you just slow it down and you listen more, you usually find out a whole lot more than if you hadn't. So it's always better.
That's exactly it. Don't do too much talking. You get yourself in trouble sometimes when you do too much talking. I know I can. I do have a question up here though that I want to make sure we get to before we jump off. Isabella from Miami has a question on how many leads per week or month are they strictly from social media. So
oh my God,
how many leads are you getting from social media on a regular?
So just over the last week, we have 167 leads sitting in our pool, and we're not great about it. We don't follow up as much as we should. Then the follow-up question to that, Isabel, will be how much are we spending? We spend about $60 a week, if that, on social media. Again, people are on there because we're consistently doing it. So we're consistently putting ads out. We're consistently, like right now we have 2 listings that are about to come up that we have spent a ton of money and time and open houses. They don't want to renew. They want to take it off the market for a while. So we probably had over the weekend, we probably had 37 leads come in on that. And we're not as great as we need to be about following up. So yeah.
Yes, 60 through command. And what I would say to you is, we don't look at it for $60 to get leads. And they're just Facebook ad. Usually it's on a listing, a specific listing. Sometimes we actually do an ad on just our team, like who we are, or our foundation. It ranges, but most of them are on our current listings. But we look at it as it's more awareness and getting our name out there than it is getting a lead from it.
Right.
Because let's be honest, the leads that come from it, if we get 100 leads, we may get a good solid 5.
Not even.
If that,
not even. Sometimes
that answer our
2.
call.
Yeah.
But it's more so just brand awareness.
Brand awareness is very important. I think a lot of times people run these ads and they expect to get something out of it. And if they don't have something tangible, they feel like they haven't gotten some out of it. But brand awareness is important. You can run these ads on there, and it's very similar to doing an open house and having your signs everywhere.
Right.
People see your signs throughout that neighborhood, and they think that you're the agent of that neighborhood if they see them consistently. Well, you can do the same thing with those ads. You can run those ads on Facebook and Instagram and have your logo everywhere. And once they see it, they think you're the agent of that area. So
somebody once told us, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Somebody once told us that you can pay $5,000 or $6,000 a month for a billboard, and you'll get in front of about 1,000 eyes a day. Or you can pay $60 a week and get in front of close to 1 million eyes a week. I mean, it's like a no-brainer.
Right.
Yeah.
Be
All right,
strategic.
ladies, we went over a lot, and I actually have a million more questions for you. And we were talking about the fact that we can sit here and talk forever, and we probably could. However, we only had 50 minutes because we got the next speaker coming up soon. But I wanted to thank you guys so much for coming. And if anybody wants to send leads to what area?
Well, we service all of
Naples,
Southwest Florida, Marco all the way to Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte.
So that's Naples, Fort Myers, Estero, Bonita, all of your west
Cape Coral.
coast of Florida.
Yeah.
All right. So if you guys have referrals and you need to send them to somewhere, they will be happy to take care of them.
You got it.
If you don't mind, if you could throw, did you guys have something you wanted to share? Anything prepared?
Just our number. Just our number
Okay,
and our.
go for it.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and
our office number is 239-744-1944. and we are very active in Command. So definitely friend us or whatever it's called on there, because we have a
Yeah.
great network on
Send
Command.
us a referral network through Command.
Yep.
If you send it to mine, to Erin Harrell, it goes into both of ours. So
And then check us out on social media. And I love following other real estate teams because it gives me other ideas. Feel
Yeah.
free to do that. We're at Old Florida Dream Team on Facebook, Insta, TikTok. Beware on TikTok. That's again the wild, wild west of social media. So I cannot promise you what you'll get is going to be appropriate, but that's cool. And then our website's oldfloridadreamteam.com.
thanks for listening, guys. Thanks, Ryan.
We love
appreciate
having
you.
it.
Thank you.
Being on.
We're just going to take a real quick short break. You guys don't have to log off or go anywhere. We're just going to take a quick break. We'll have some music on, and then we'll be coming back with our next guest.
Thank
Cool.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Be tuned.
I was worried you broke my reputation, but I figured it's not on me. Yeah. The way you're making me shiver, your hands on myself, I keep pulling the trigger. Right, this very finger for people like them. Oh no. But darling, on my mind, I'm feeling so fly up in the zone now. I'm like a golden crown, rolling high up in the sky. Oh, it's the way you make me feel so good right now. It's the way you make me feel so good. I keep on falling astray from my intuition, but I'm pretending it's not my fault. No. The way you make glitter, you drink me like liquor, keep painting the picture, alright. No, I don't care much for people like them. Oh, no. Well, darling, on my mind, I'm feeling so fly up in the zone now. I'm like a golden crown, rolling.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We just finished up with meeting with Aaron and Jess, and they are from the Old Florida Dream Team, and they did an amazing job. We're next going to move into our next session, and I have the pleasure of introducing Matthew Patterson and Kennedy Lawton. Kennedy is the Director of Technology, and Matt Patterson is the owner of the Patterson Group over in the Punta Gorda Port Charlotte area. Is that right, Matt?
That is right.
Awesome. Well, Kennedy's going to be asking you a bunch of questions, and I will be helping with manning
kinda
the
scary,
chat, so
man.
I'll
Why
watch for any
Kennedy?
questions that come up. All right.
I'm not too scary. So I suppose, Matt, let's start off. You're a popular face in my market center, but
It's in volume.
how
one
would you?
second.
Sure.
Okay. I was getting some feedback. Okay.
You are a big member in our market center and a true advocate of knowing your market and knowing the area around you and how that impacts your listing presentations. Tell me a little bit about how you prepare for that listing presentation with those market analysis, bringing those into the table.
Well, one, I'm in the numbers every day, every week. You can know national numbers, but the reality, I mean, I just got back from New York with a bunch of agents, and the reality is every market's different. I've got friends that they're in markets where they're still selling in 6 hours. When our average days on market depend on the price points, anywhere from 40 to 80. So you need to know your local market and know it very well. Then to prepare for the appointment, it's a matter of then getting a little more micro into the neighborhood. And knowing the comps. Now, this is a skill-based market, not the market that we were in a couple of years ago.
Definitely. Now, how would you combat that conversation with potential clients? There's been a lot of changes over the past year or more with our current, I would say, environment. Hurricane hit our area,
Sure.
COVID right before that. So how do you combat those difficult conversations with clients who might still have an impression that our market looks more similar to that instead of its current condition?
The numbers don't lie, right? So always go to the numbers. And then I think, it's really, let's say, I sent you guys a lot of data, but different price point. Let's just say we're in the 400 to 600 range, right? This last month you had 1,195 homes on the market, 139 sold. Where do you want? There you go. Yeah, that's what I use. And this is built. I built it on Excel format, basically. Over the years, we've changed the price categories, but you need to know your current number of listings, your average days, or your average sales per month, your selling price to list price ratio, average days on market, and then that's going to give you your months of inventory. Well, that month's inventory is huge. We know you get, 6 months as an average market, a balanced market. You get below 5, you're definitely getting into a strong seller market, and you get over 7, you're in a strong buyer market. So what I would be asking them is, okay, you're 400, your house is at 500,000. So between 400 and 600, last month there was 1,195 homes, 139 sold. Where do you want to be positioned in that? If you're telling me you need to be, in Pennsylvania, moved, which I don't know why you go back to the snow, but anyways, if you tell me that you need to be up there in 90 days, well then, if average closing times 30 to 45 days, we've got to position you right. And you just got to get real on the numbers. I'll be honest, we've passed up a lot. We're still taking several listings every week. We've passed a lot up lately because they are not being realistic and they still want those numbers from 2 years ago. So
you're having the hard conversations and unfortunately breaking some hearts and letting go of maybe some of the listings that might not benefit you and your team.
we are passing up on them. And I'll tell you, when you say breaking hearts, one of the first, and I don't know who taught me that many, many years ago. I had heard an agent say, I can't take credit for it. They said, well, I just tell, I'd rather you be, maybe not agree or dislike what I have to say right now, and us still be friends in 3 to 6 months. And that's the reality. And I can tell you, a lot of these come back to us because we know
I
if
would believe that.
too high, they're not going to sell. My advice would be ask them to put, if I understand, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, if this is the direction you want to go after, I've went through everything with you. I've shown you the comps, and you just have to try that. If that agent is that confident, I would encourage you to have them put in the listing that you can unconditionally withdraw at any time. And that way they don't have to wait 6 months to then come back to us.
So would you say that is definitely what might set apart your team from other teams of winning those listing conversations and
Honesty.
winning those listing appointments?
Well, yeah, because we're being honest. And I can tell you in 3 to 6 months when they do come back to you, or whether it could be 60 days. I mean, I just took one over that was 48 days. Now they're like, okay, Matt, what's the number? So you've earned, again, you're bringing them value. You've earned their trust. You're not just taking it to buy a listing.
Now, we talked a little bit before getting ready for this Take Command session, and you even admitted that you've seen some teams and some even leaders of groups go back into production like yourself as well because of the current market condition.
Yeah.
What would you say to those rainmakers or those leaders in pushing the whole team back into the market again? What's really the focus?
Great question. Well, yeah, because what I'd mentioned is myself, I went back into production about 6 weeks ago. The truth is I love it. I'm a sales guy at heart, and I'm only able to do what I do because I have an absolutely incredible team that keep my mess cleaned up around me. But I do love that part. But ironically, when I was in this mastermind, last week for 4 days, I learned about 95%, and some of these are the biggest agents in the country have went back into production. The reason is because of the market that we're in. One, it's going to dramatically change your cost of sale, because, if you're taking a salary and you're leaving and that money goes to the bottom line, which I need for the health of the team, because profitability has changed greatly over the last year. And also the biggest thing is if you're completely out of it, it's really, for me, really hard to have your thumb on the market. I can look at the numbers, but I don't know the conversations, that are being had firsthand. So by me going on these appointments and having these conversations, I'm able to come back and help the rest of my team and the other listing agents really hone their skills in the shift.
I bet your team feels very appreciative of having a strong member like you back in the group, back in the action.
I can't say they love training after training after training, but they definitely love the success, and that's what it takes. This is not, again, I said it the other day. A couple of years ago, here was rainbows, unicorns, and Disneyland. You could put a home on the market, and a lot, and same thing. Agents, and a lot of my agents have only been in the business for a short time, for maybe 3 years. So that's what they knew. So on the buy side, it was, oh yeah, I'm opening a door, and it's, do you want to pay full price, 5% over, or 10% over? And they thought that was being a real estate agent. And on the list side, it would, you could miss the mark on the price, and you still had 10 offers in 2 days. You've got to be a professional. Gary's been saying it for the last year and a half, preparing us. You've got to be skilled.
Well, and that's what Keller Williams is here to prepare
That's
our
exactly
agents is
Yep.
the economist of choice. And I know that you advocate Gary's words, and I think you embody that very, very well. How would you, or I guess, can you walk me through the process of converting that listing appointment into a signed contract? Do you strategize getting it then and there in person, or do you have a different layout of how that works with your potential client?
Oh, I want it then and there in person. I want it signed. Well, when I say then and there in person, I mean, being in Florida, obviously we deal with some that I never meet in person, but I mean, maybe I'm on a Zoom, but I'm trying to get it signed while I'm on the Zoom. If I'm going into a listing appointment, I'm getting it signed at the table. The reason is because competition's high. And, I'm a firm believer, many years ago, every once in a while there'll be a listing I'll turn into a 2 appointment. But very, very seldom, maybe 1%. Most of them, I want them signed while I'm there. I'm going to take care of the objections that's in front of us right now, and we're going to get that signature.
Now, how much discussion during that listing appointment would you say you are bringing in those extra features that your group performs? I know that your group also does some work on homes to get ready for listing, some staging and other services. So how do you leverage those in the appointment?
Yep.
Do you go in early on, or maybe use those as a saving point?
We use them on every appointment, every single appointment. It's all, again, that's our value proposition. One, my construction knowledge. 2, we offer staging. We offer, fixing the home up. I have an attorney draw up a contract. We will, if need be, we can pay for those services up front. And then if you do that, which I didn't come up with that either. I heard that actually at our regional mastermind a few years ago, somebody was doing that. So if you're going to do that, make sure that you meet with an attorney, get a good contract, make sure you're covered. Especially in a market like this where they're on the market longer, you want to make sure that you're getting paid. But yes, we offer all those services: staging, preparation, property management, all of it. So we are going through that in the appointment, and here's the thing. I want to say this, I was thinking about this last night as far as value proposition. For those that are listening that do not have a team, you're not doing 300-400, because I couldn't do that before. Now with doing 100 million a year, we can offer more things. Leverage your market center, leverage the people in your market center. Like myself, we have staging. Talk to if somebody else does, say, hey, would you be, can we hire that if we had someone? You don't have to create all this overnight. If you're not carrying 50, 60, 70 listings, well, I guarantee you, look at the roster of the listings that are in the office, and the people that take great listings, and talk with them. Leverage theirs for open houses. That's, until you have the numbers to put in your listing packet. And by the way, it doesn't have to be super fancy. Until you have the numbers of your own, use the market centers, because you are part of Keller Williams. That's what's powerful.
Definitely.
But yeah, in every appointment, we're going through it. Now, don't get me wrong. If I go into a home, like I was in one a couple of days ago, it's a second home. They don't live there. It was staged to the night. Everything was perfect. There was no reason to talk about staging. That wasn't anything they needed. So I didn't go through that with them. But for instance, the front of the house needed power washed. The entry needed power washed. We have all those services. We coordinate them. We can help take care of that. Again, bring value.
That's awesome. Definitely trying to make it a one-stop shop, so to speak, in all of their concerns and getting it.
And you don't have to pay for that. A lot of times they just need help coordinating it. That's it. It's some phone calls. It's coordinating it and making sure that you have good vendors. In my listing presentation, I have our key vendors in there, and I can tell you, if don't just put anyone. Make sure you know them, like them, trust them, and mine know. If one, you never price gouge. 2, you don't take advantage, and you do what you say you're going to do when you say you're going to do it. Otherwise, you come off the list.
There's definitely an importance of building that database. And I know that often we can forget that our market center or our network is also our database too. And reaching out to those individuals who are already on your team, they can have leverage that surprise you and bring you to the table.
Yeah.
Now, where would you say you're having the most success with getting your listing appointment leads? Where are you getting a lot of traction?
I mean, we do a lot of repeat referral. I mean, we have a large database from over years of taking care of people. We do a lot of client events. But circle prospecting is good. Obviously, there's a lot of people that have been waiting on the sidelines. So if you have, if you have a great listing or the company does, I would definitely be talking to the neighbors there. One big thing here, again, friends of mine in other parts of the country that are selling in 3 days, there's like our last 2 years, we didn't have expireds anymore. FSBOs we're selling, even though we know that we're better off to sell them for them and get them more money, they would still try it and then they would sell it. But FSBOs and expireds are back here. So, and I wouldn't be afraid to reach out to some of the older ones either. I mean, you're not going to have as many over the last couple of years, but those have been very good.
Well, we are definitely trying to use whatever resources we can and keep our database healthy and happy. What kind of tools
I got one
you-
other one there. One other one. Depending on where you're at, I know this is South Florida, this Zoom, but definitely I know in our area, we were strongly hit by Ian. But Cape, same with Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Sanibel, homes that they've been doing work on. A lot of them now, I mean, we're pushing 18 months roughly. A lot of them are getting close. So those people that did want to sell before and now are fixing them up, I would definitely be reaching out to them too.
That's excellent. What kind of strategies or training do you have your group institute? What kind of patterns do you use to keep your referral group or your continued business moving?
Why'd you ask that one? Because I'm trying to do better at that. We really are working.
That's an honest answer.
No, I love referrals and we take great care of the clients, but as far as staying in touch with them, I've got a good friend that is a master at this. And I was just talking to him about this in New York and I'm like, okay, this is going to be I want to focus on this. It's really staying in front of them. They put yourself, well, are we talking about client referrals or agent referrals? Both?
Well, I suppose client referrals would be
All right, let's talk about
majority.
that one first.
Referrals come hand in hand, of course.
Let's talk about that one first. Client referrals, that is really our events. I do a quarterly event for everyone that we've closed that in the quarter before. We used to do it once a year or every 6 months, but then when it got to where we were doing 100 deals a quarter, honestly, we didn't get to spend the time with them. So that really helped because now I like a more intimate setting, smaller. You get to spend more time with them. So those events help a lot. Then also, sending them, and I know you can automate a lot of this stuff. Jen on my team, she does it old school. I mean, handwritten cards. I've never seen anybody get more referrals ever than her. Take the time. People want to be loved on. They want to be cared about. So, put in command or whatever CRM you're, put in their birthday. And by the way, when you ask their birthday, don't ask the year. Nobody needs to know the year. The older we get, we don't want to tell the year. You just need to know the birthday. Or their kids. I mean, obviously I got pictures of my daughter's my world. If someone cares enough to ask about Everly, it means a lot. Well, it's the same for them. So just stay in front of them, talk to them, and call them quarterly. Because once a year is not enough. On the agent side, that's where my mind started to go. We do a great job at taking care of the referrals that are sent to us. They mean a lot to us, but are we communicating enough with the agent? Are we thanking them enough? Are we staying in front of them enough? And the answer has been no. So that's what we're trying to really up our game on as far as to let them know how much we really do appreciate them and continue that relationship.
So using the same tools as you would to communicate with your client database, working on those similar tools to keep in touch. It can be difficult in the agent referral because we all have such similar platforms, all similar leverage, but you have to find that one shining aspect, I think.
Well, we all have the same tools, but of how many actually use them.
That's right.
So that's the
That's
difference,
very true.
is being purposeful, putting a plan in place, even if you have to automate some of it. If you're, if you're a single agent, it's really important to stay in front of them. Really important to continue that relationship. It's like anything, what matters to you, you put effort into, and if you want a relationship, no matter what it is, whether it's client or personal, it's what effort you put in. So again, invest in it.
What would you say is your favorite tool or strategy that you're implementing now?
Favorite.
I mean, you're back in production, so you've been on the sidelines observing for a little while. What
All
are you
right, I got
most
one for
excited?
you. I just had my team meeting this morning. This is one that I said. Again, we got a little lazy in this. When you're selling them in 2 days and you're throwing on 10, 12 listings a week, we didn't have to do this. And Shelly, my right hand, God bless her, we were talking like, yeah, well, you remember these days, we're back there. One of the biggest tools that I think is most important right now that is to be doing a new CMA for every seller every week.
How important is knowing those listings before your client knows them?
Well, it's very important, but it's also, are you communicate to, and here's my point to it. So again, with the numbers that we have that are on the market, depending on, when you're having that pricing strategy with them and you put it on, it's then them seeing every week. If you have, I do a weekly one too. So last week, 226 new listings came on in my area. That's just local. 157 went under a contract. We're gaining inventory, right? Okay.
Sure.
This was reversed for a very, very, very long time. So when I was in appointments at that time, I'm like, if you're with buyers, you could say, hey, look, these homes are, we're going down in inventory. We got to be aggressive on putting in good offers. Now reverse it. You're in a listing appointment. You're talking about these numbers and you're saying, hey, we're gaining inventory every week. So, where do you want, we had talked about before, where do you want to be in that position of those 100 some and your price point? Well, so weekly it's changing so quick that by doing that CMA and knowing those properties in their neighborhood and showing them to them, it's going to really give them a clear picture of, oh man, 123 Main Street and the one on Sally Street and the one over here and over there just went under contract and they were good comp stars. Oh, we want, we're ready for our, we got to reposition. So it's very important to know. You need to know what's going on, because here's the thing. It's a different market than what it used. I mean, even when I got in 2011, the internet, if you think for a second that they don't know what's going on, they do. The average person that's shopping for a home right now spends 27 to 43 minutes per day looking at houses. So
There's
they
a
have
lot to
the
look
data.
through.
They need someone that really understands how to explain it to them, what it means.
That's true. And sometimes we only have so many tools at our resources, and being a consumer, they certainly don't have the resources that Keller Williams provides and the type of market analysis you can pull right from mykw.kw.
Right. They have enough information to be dangerous. They need you to be able to dissect it for them and really explain it to them.
Now, in our area, we see a lot of new builds that are comparable to our inventory that's already on the market.
Mhm.
What would you say to that client who is wanting to leverage their home comparable or overpriced in comparison to those new builds?
Show them that inventory, show them what they're up against. And then I also would go further and talk to them about the other things that are attractive to clients with that new build. And what I mean by that is your higher win ratings and how that relates to insurance, elevation, how that relates to flood insurance. They are going to have to adjust and in their price to help compensate for their house to be attractive compared to that new construction. Now, I will say some of them, it depends on who's doing the new construction. Some of them I wouldn't give you a nickel for because the quality isn't there. Some of your 1980s, 90s, and 2000 homes are much better built. So, and if the elevation's right, so I don't want to go too far into the weeds here, but I'm just saying, you also got to look at quality too and explain that to them. Here locally, hey, I know this is a Tolles home, this is a Faro home, this is a Thornberry home. Look at the crown molding, look at this, look at that. But from a broader perspective, they've got to understand why the pricing needs to be where it needs to be.
No, and that only relates back to your numbers, showing them the numbers, showing them the impact and the trends over time. Can you tell me a little bit more about how you describe that leverage, or really conveying those numbers? What kind of reports do you present specifically? Or how do you collect information on the new build?
The reports, reports a little. I mean, really, I'm just showing them the homes. Here's the thing. And I don't think this is going to change. I mean, we're having a slower time right now as far as inventory is coming up, but homes are let's face it, there's still going to be, X amount of homes sold this year. If you're a newer agent, you do not know new construction. And yes, when I say construction, I did asphalt paving for 15 years. I did frame houses in high school, so I know a little bit, enough to be dangerous. But everything else I've learned is go invest the time. If you want to be a professional in this business, go invest the time and tour these models, meet these builders, talk to people that have built with them, learn the differences in what they're providing. Knowledge is power. And, to be quite honest, I just think if you're going to be an agent, it's laziness if you're not going to go and get that knowledge, and never give someone an answer that, don't just come up on a whim. Really know your market. And what I was going to say before is I really think, yes, we're in a little slower time, a little funky time. You got election this year, all that. We had the hurricane. But it's going to continue to take off and accelerate. New construction's not going away because there's not enough housing for the amount of people that want to be here. So you need to learn it. You need to know it. You don't have to be a master of it, but you certainly should know the basics, and you should know all the different builders, the pros and the cons, and what's the difference in each builder. So you can really help out those people that are wanting to relocate. Then as far as, again, back to the comparison between existing and new, that's going to depend on their price point. Used to, I could build you a house here in PGI. You could have anything you wanted for 500, 600 on the water. Now, if Brett's on here, he could tell, now you're going to be in a 1970 something home for that. Well, if you don't have that budget, then you're going to go existing. And then that's where you're going to go deeper. And I can tell you, when I'm talking to a buyer on the phone, you can hear it when they're like, okay, sometimes they'll even say, okay, you're my agent. And it's when I'm able to actually explain the difference in flood zones, as far as why it's so important, what's going on with insurance. And again, if you don't know, call a couple of the insurance agents. They would love to meet with you because they want your business. We're partnering together. Work with your vendors. They will educate you on what the difference is. Then also, though, I will say with that, be very careful. Don't ever throw out a blanket statement of, oh, I think that one will be, because everybody's like, what do you think it'll be insurance-wise? No. Call them. But you really do.
Don't get in hot water.
I can tell a big difference when I'm talking to them and they're like, okay, you understand. And look, I'm from Indiana. You think we had flood insurance there? No, it wasn't a thing. I didn't know anything about it. A lot of these people don't know. And same thing with, everybody says, oh, it's got shutters. Oh, it's, that's going to save me a ton of money, or, oh, that one doesn't, so I don't want it. When actually your biggest deduction if you talk to an insurance company as if it's got a hip roof over a gable roof. Those are the things that you need to know.
That's awesome. Now, your vendors are such a crucial part of your process.
Yeah.
How do you leverage that in your listing appointment? Can you break down what your listing appointment skeleton looks like?
Well, I mean, one, I have them listed because when you're there, here's the thing. This is the best way to put it. Be the solution. Be their solution. If I am wanting to do something or take my daughter somewhere, or, you know, if I need to know, I want an expert that can handle that for me. If they want to know about real estate, I got them. But be the solution. So, you know, having, you know, vetted people that you, again, like, know, trust, and you can connect them with. That's the other thing. A lot of them, like I said, agents, and I, if I'm upsetting anyone on here, I'm sorry, but it's the truth. I heard it in the beginning, you know, used to, you know, I would joke with Brett, you know, I'm not sharing that. I mean, you know, but then most of them don't do it. It's like, that's the only difference is do it. Anyways, I digress. What was your other question about the listing appointment?
Your listing presentation. What
Yep.
other kind of pieces of information do you find critical to include? You explain how you can almost hear in their language, in their voice, that they're
Okay.
bought, so to speak, that they're hooked on. How do you outline that?
Well, first I want to say, and this one's pretty simple, but yet we all struggle with it. And if you see that picture behind me, to answer before listing, that is folly and shame. Well, listen. In the beginning, if I went, I was so nervous, so scared. I went into a listing appointment, and I'm, nervous. And I mean, I see new agents on my team do this, and I'm not going to mention a name, but we went, a young man on my team for his first listing appointment, which I was the only listing agent until a couple of years ago. And it was an elderly lady, and very nice, very sweet. And man, he did the same thing I did in the beginning. I mean, he had it memorized. He was going to go through it. There was no stopping him. He had a plan. That's what he was focused on. And 2 minutes in it, I'm like, uh-oh, he's lost her. She listened to them. The one that asks the most questions usually wins. Listen to what they want. What's this guy doing?
So I'm glad that you're getting to this part, right? Because you normally phrase this in a very specific way that is easy for everybody to remember. And
Well, because I'm a simple construction guy.
You are very smart, sir. But when it comes to our facial features, right?
Yeah.
I love the way that you put it in those terms because it's really easy for agents to remember. So I didn't mean to jump in, but
I'm glad you did, because I think this is the gold right here. I really do. And that room is sexy. I mean, look at that.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks.
Okay, so it's the truth. You go in and he started talking, and she was just, I always say it's kind of glazed over, right? Well, if I go into a listing appointment and, if they're and not picking on anybody here, if they're an engineer, they like numbers, they like spreadsheets, they like information, they want you to go through every stat, everything. If they're not, it's like what Gary says, mirror match, but also feel the room. I mean, feel, hey, what's most important to you?
Yeah.
They'll tell you. Or especially if it's an expired, tell me, one of my favorite questions is, tell me how at the end of this, I can be a number 10 for you. How can I be a number 10? And you think everybody thinks they'd say, get me the most money the fastest. Okay, some will. And others are like, man, Matt, like our instant offer. I don't want the stress. I don't want to deal with showings. I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with that. And literally just give me an offer, or not just give me an offer, but I mean, we show them everything, but they don't want to do it. Everybody has something that's different that's important to them. Talk to them. Instead, and I did it too in the beginning, I was so scared that it was like, okay, I'm going through this listing presentation. This is what I was taught, and this is what I'm going to do. That, so that would be my biggest tip to everyone is, Brett puts his pants on one leg at a time. You do too. I do too. We're all human, guys. And the other thing I can say, in our area, I mean, for many, many, many years, Brett will tell you, there wasn't many $1 million homes. It took me, I think, again, I started in the low of the recession. It took me 2 or 3 years to sell one for 400, and then I got them $5,000 off, and it ended up at 395. But my point is, man, I was so comfortable selling 50, 80, 100, $200,000 houses. I went into my first 800, and I was shaking like a leaf, and it was the easiest transaction I've ever done. It's in our head. It's in our head.
Yeah, I think you would agree with us too. Sometimes a little $10,000 lot is the biggest,
it's the worst
pain in the butt deal you've ever done, right?
Yeah, I got news for you. The ones usually spending the 800 or $1 million, they have their financials together. They have their stuff together. They have their cash, their lender. It can be so much easier. So that's in our head. You have to remember that. You can go list those properties just as well as better I can.
Awesome. So hey, I'm gonna pop out on this because Kennedy's doing an amazing job, and so are you, buddy. But I just wanted to remind you, because you still didn't get there, and I'm used to just rolling off your tongue. 2 ears.
Oh yeah, man. That's why God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen before you speak.
And that really is the key of not just listening, but actively listening to understand instead of listening to respond. Everyone is in a different
You just said it.
world and time period when they decide to buy a home or list a home. These are the peculiarities that we need to know in order to find the right leverage for them.
Well, you're absolutely right. Isn't that what we do, though? What you just said was exactly what I was going to say. That we're so worried about how we're going to respond and what we're going to say next that we miss the mark and we don't hear them. And above all, even if you don't take the listing, if you connect with them, you won.
If you connect with them, at the very least, you have a continued relationship
That's
to build
what
on.
I mean by winning. Because, the thing is, if they happen to, they can't help it, they think it's still rainbows, unicorns, and Disneyland, and they want to price it $150,000 too high. We all know it's not going to sell. But who are they going to come back to? The one that was honest with them and straight with them and listened to them and cared about them. That's what it's all about. The rest is real estate.
Sometimes things are just canon events and they have to play it out in their own time and their own understanding, and then they can come to you once they realize the value that you present them. So
you asked about listings. I don't know if you want me to run through it a little bit more real quick.
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
You can give me the backbone of your listing presentation.
Well, that's not going to show much. That's just a PDF. But I just mean when I go into the appointment. So first, again, we've already talked about it. It's educating them on the market. To set and talk price before you've educated them on the market, I think you're making a mistake. First, show them what's going on. And again, my 1-pager, which is super simple, all we do is pull these numbers out of the MLS. There's 3 numbers on it: new listings that week, under contract, and closings. Okay, that gives just a real good down to it. Then, okay, so now you've went through the numbers. Then you can start talking about, and of course, you've walked the home. I hear all the time when I go in against some certain listing agents, they were in and out, in 5 minutes. They didn't even walk through my house. Do not offend them by not walking through their home. They had you into their home. Thank them for having you into their home, and take the time to look at their home. Think about, no matter what, if you've never owned a home, but think about something that does matter to you and how important it is to you. But if you've owned a home, think about when you painted it, those evenings and weekends, when you added that new kitchen counter, whatever you did, maybe it's planting the flowers, or like me, wheelbarrowing, years ago, my first, 2 truckloads of rock and doing my lands. I mean, it meant a lot to me. Look, if they've got pride of ownership, and you can tell by looking at it, give them the respect because they invite you into the home, walk the home, then go through the numbers. So now you've learned about the extras that they've done. You see them, and I understand they may think that one kitchen or vanity they put in makes it worth 10,000 more. It does not. We know that. It's okay. But walk through the home, learn the amenities, acknowledge that, go through the numbers with them, then go through your presentation. And your presentation, by the way, even though mine used to be double the size it is, certain people, I don't even go through I don't even open the book. I may open it and say, look, I'm going to leave this with you, because I can tell, again, I'm talking to them. They don't want to look page by page. Now, I've had others, I come back to sign the listing if I did not get them signed on the spot, and they've literally went through my presentation, read every line, and actually made some corrections in the grammar. So everyone's different. But otherwise, also, maybe I skip a couple pages. I go to the meat and potatoes. This is what we do. Or if there's work to be done on the house, here, this is what we do. And then here's my vendors. This is the ones I recommend for this. Do you need help contacting them? And don't just try to sell them. Again, bring value and go through the information, and meet them where they're at. That's the biggest thing.
That's right. Now, I know you were on stage at Family Reunion talking about a similar topic,
Yep.
humble brag. But part of that conversation, we elaborated on a vetting process, the use of pre-listing appointment interviews,
Yeah.
questionnaires, and using those kinds of tools. Do you send your client that listing presentation ahead of time, or just work on the concrete foundation of those interviews?
Great question. Okay, so I do have ISAs. For anyone listening doesn't know what that is, it's an inside sales agent. So they help set our appointments. So they are handling our inbound and making outbound. When they set an appointment, again, this is where you can use your CRM, use Command 2. When we set that appointment, I'm sending them a video introduction. We're also reminding them of the appointment, which, by the way, that has been key lately too. We're getting ready to implement text reminding as well. I don't know if anybody else gets those. Whenever you make an appointment with a doctor's office, if I did not get them, I would miss some. Well, guess what? It's helping keep those listing appointments. So just a little hack there. So I'm not sending the listing presentation. My ISA is asking the questions, the pre-qual questions, on the phone and going through them with them before they qualify them to be set as an appointment. Then once they're set as an appointment, all that's put in the database.
Right.
Then it's sent to whoever's next up. And then they are making a phone call with them. And, we've already set the appointment, but then they're introducing themselves. And then again, I've got a couple of auto messages that go out to them. Let's say the appointment goes to Brooks. Then a message from him is going out and a video from him.
Excellent. So customized depending on their agent, their situation, and then coming extremely prepared when you're meeting face to face for that listing presentation.
Correct. And I want to be clear, that might have all sound like you. Again, I feel like I just got in this business the other day. Brett's known me a long time. That might sound very complicated. I am a very simple guy that I don't want anybody to be overwhelmed thinking, oh, well, that's because he sells hundreds of homes a year. I'm not there yet. That's how we got to selling what we sell.
Mhm.
And to be honest, the people I've surrounded myself with, I have the most amazing people. But it's you can do that and it not cost you money. Sending an email, sending a text, or a video, or a voice message. That's technology now. So whether you right now you're a brand new agent or you're doing 10 or 50 or 100 homes a year, You just got to take the time to stop, put that stuff in place. It will help your conversion.
And I want to point out an excellent point there, to not overcomplicate or to keep things streamlined.
Yeah, this doesn't have to be
By what you're describing, those are things that you can do directly built into your CRM. And I know that everyone has their preference, but with Keller Williams,
Yeah, Command's got it
build-
all.
Command has it all for your
Same thing with-
email, your text messages, adding those listing presentations to a smart plan, and the automation you thought was going to burn you out saved you a bunch of time.
Well, not to mention, and Breck, I mean, he's a master at it. Again, I'm very spoiled because now I have Shelly, so I don't do a lot of this. But also, you know, doing that market report every week to them as far as around their house, you can set all that up in there. So that's what I'm saying. This is the stuff I don't ever want to suggest. You know, again, one thing I learned very early on when I came to KW, actually 3 years before I came to KW, Gary has always said, lead with revenue. So I'm not asking you to go spend a bunch of money, okay, at all. But I'm just saying, put these things in place, and you know it's going to help you a lot.
That's awesome. Well, Matt, what is a question that you have been dying to be asked? What is one thing that you really want to make sure that you convey today through winning your listing presentations?
I don't know.
I know you love talking about winning the listing presentation.
I
so
love
I'm
winning the
gonna
listing presentation. I think one is I don't know about a question to be asked, but I guess a point I would make is because I am very competitive and I get down on myself, I take them very personal. The sooner you can get over that, the better. And the fact, if it's not the right listing, if you don't match up with them, don't take it and move on. I think that's really important because I struggled with that in the beginning. I wanted them all. Then I felt disappointed in myself, and we're not all made to work together. Move on, learn from it, and just so you know, I mess up in listing appointments too. My director of sales, when I hired her a few months ago, I went out on a couple of appointments because I wanted to, and I know this is off subject, but I just want to be real with everybody. I wanted her to understand what I say and how I wanted her to teach my agents. I didn't ask for the signing. Get up from the table, go to walk away. And they're like, okay, well, what do we need to do next? We're ready to get it on the market. And I'm like, well, let's step back down. And we left there, and she's like, I can't believe you didn't ask for this. And I'm like, oh my goodness. I said, well, I'll never live this one down. So just understand you're human. Learn from what you do. Fail forward always. As far as questions, I don't know that I have one that I haven't been asked that I can think of offhand. Brett might have one. I don't know.
Well, I think that your listing presentation and the information that you provided about how you approach listing has been really valuable to our market center. So much so that we can't stop asking you about it. So
I'm happy to help. Look, I had a lot of help as well, and I think it really, like, the best things in life are free. It's sometimes it's as simple. Like I said, it's honesty, integrity. Do what you say you're going to do. By the way, if you mess up, just, I messed up on a callback and I just called her. I said, I was sick. This was 2 weeks ago. And I was actually in the doctor's parking lot, and she had called me 3 hours early. Daughter, and so I didn't miss the call, but so then we have the conversation. But I'll be honest, I was half out of it. I mean, I was exhausted. I didn't feel good. I was going to get antibiotics. Anyways, I forgot to pull comps and call her back. So I had to call her and explain that. So, and you know what she said? She goes, thank you for your honesty. And I listed the property. So just be you. Just be you.
Just be you, just be human. And I know that we don't really look at our roles as real estate agents as customer service specialists.
It's all customer service.
But it is all about the language of communicating with another and being honest and transparent and being prepared. We always use phrasing that, doesn't put blame. But if I don't know an answer, let me find out for you. I'm coming prepared with backup resources to find those answers for
You've
you.
got the most powerful brokerage on the planet behind you. I mean, whether it's tech, knowledge. I mean, the God family. It's why I'm here. God family. The integrity Gary built this company on. You're part of it. So I mean, you've already got it. You just got to get comfortable with it. Hi, Ryan.
How's it going?
Good.
Good job, guys.
I'm gonna
Kennedy,
jump.
you did a great job.
She did
Much
a great
appreciation.
job.
Matt, you did an amazing job as well. Thank you so much
My
for
pleasure.
taking time out of your day to spend with us.
My honor.
Brett, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in on this party too and thank Matt and Kennedy. That was awesome. Thank you for dropping that knowledge, sir. You are full of it, and I mean knowledge.
I'm full of both, but yeah.
There were a couple of questions if
Yeah.
you don't mind addressing them real quick. So Heather's asking, do you leave your vendor list with them even if they don't sign a listing agreement?
Man, that is a great question. Used to, again, I was not the sharer, but sharing's caring. I would not. I will be honest. There's some appointments I'm in that if I do not like how it's going at all, my listing book may disappear in my folder, and I do not leave it because I don't think they'll be good to my vendors. If it's someone that is just, again, I mean, most of the time I leave it now, but sometimes I make that discretion if it's someone that I just no way I want to work with, and I feel like they wouldn't be good to my vendors.
So that's interesting because like your vendors only stay on that list if they take care of your customers. Your vendors would probably be a little sideways if you sent them someone that was really difficult, huh?
Well, and I want to point this out. So I'll just use one person's example. One of my best friends is Popo, Brandon.
Mhm.
Popo Pools, been here 38 years. Brandon has a stack this big of estimates on his desk. Now the relationship, and not because we're best friends and we go hunting together and all that, but that's how we got to know each other. I have his cell phone number. Anyone on my team, if we need a quote or we need something, it gets done immediately. That is the relationship I have built. If you call his office, they will tell you he is 2 months out on estimates.
Yeah.
So this is the relationship. I don't want to abuse him either. Now, in my book, it's his office number. So what I do is if I leave an appointment and I know they're going to be calling him, I call him personally and put their name at the top of his list. But, that's the relationship because and maybe that's just me personally, because I was a contractor for so many years. I got tired of just running all over for nothing. Protect them as you want them to protect you. And you guys can be great referral partners. By the way, I have 3 or 4 of them that send me so many referrals a year. It's incredible.
Awesome. So when you say your ISA pre-qualifies the appointment, are these sphere or third-party leads or cold calling? I'm wondering how long goes between you speaking with them and setting the appointment and ISA call.
Okay, well, to be clear, it's all appointments.
Okay.
Everything comes to my ISA. The only thing it doesn't is if it's like I have probably a dozen of my investor, my A++ clients that go way back with me. They just call me direct. They would be offended if I had someone else talking to them. Which, by the way, back to the events, invite your A++, and that's just what I call them, to every event. Every event, whether they're in town or not, they appreciate, they love it. Okay, so all appointments go through ISA. Used to, I kind of played in the beginning with some and some not. And I got to tell you, I messed it all up because let's just say I don't put notes in the way they do. But no, they all run through ISA. Then the second part of the question was how long before I talk to them?
Yeah.
Well, when I wasn't in production, I didn't talk to them. They went to the agent. If they were listing, they went to the listing agent. If they were a buyer, they went to the buyer's agent. To this day, it's still that way. I just happen to be one of the listing agents currently.
Okay.
what was the last part of that? Oh, as far as setting an appointment, they
Yeah.
or the amount of time, it's all in how we qualify them. And again, I've talked to teams all over the country. By the way, I thought, oh man, Keller Williams has these systems, tools. They all do it the same way. Guess what? No team does it the same way. And that's okay. They have the structure, but we all end up making it what works for us. And I don't think there's a right or wrong. It's what works for you. Originally, it was, I went by time, how far they were out or this or that. To me, if they are or they are pre-qualified, they are a viable buyer or seller, whether they're not going to buy for 30 days or a year, they're ready to go to an agent and a search start being set up, and then the agent starts nurturing them from there.
Awesome.
I will say my ISAs do monitor from the back end and make sure that nurturing is happening.
Cool.
Checks and
Thank you for those answers.
Awesome. Thank you guys so very much. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to have Chris Toomey joining us. And before we do go, I want to make sure that I do share. Next month, we are prepared to share with you that we have Chris Cusimano coming on. We're going to be talking about marketing your listings. So we have Chris Cusimano coming on. We have Sandra Rathi and Maria Rasponte. Again, they're all going to be talking about marketing and what they do to market their listings. So make sure you join us next Take Command, which is the last Tuesday of every month. Matt Patterson, thank you so much for joining us today. If anybody wanted to send you a referral, how would they reach out to you and send you that referral?
They could call us, but it's easier just to go to MatthewPatterson.com.
MatthewPatterson.com. Awesome. And he prepared a one-pager that probably has some of that communication on there as well. We'll make sure we get that out to all of you who joined us.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks,
all right,
guys.
we'll be back with our next guest here shortly. Stay tuned. All right, everybody, welcome back. I know that was a really quick, short break. We're going to jump into this, though. I'm going to welcome some of my friends. And again, before I do that, just throwing it out there again, since I have an opportunity to advertise a little bit, I'm going to take advantage of that. We will be starting next month with Take Command of Listings. We're going to start focusing on marketing next month. We're talking about the listing appointment this month. So next month is going to be all about marketing those listings once you have them. We're going to have Chris Cusimano come on. He's going to be talking about how he uses video, his marketing. Maria is going to talk about some of the tactics he uses in her marketing. And Sandra Rath is going to be talking about getting exposure to those listings through marketing. So join us next month for marketing with those amazing mega agents. Today, I have the pleasure of having Miko, who is our Market Center Tech Trainer down in the Fort Lauderdale area, and Chris Toomey, who is amazing. His team has been selling homes for quite a while down there. I'm going to let him introduce himself along with Miko, and I'm going to step out and let you guys have the show. Have fun.
Hey, Chris, how are you doing?
Doing very well. How are you doing today?
I'm good.
Good.
Well,
Nice
welcome
to be here
in.
today.
I'm excited to have you. If you don't mind introducing yourself.
I'm Chris Toomey. I'm in the Fort Lauderdale office. I'm an owner investor here and also an owner investor investor in the Coral Springs office and 25 years in the business. I have a team of 7 people and business as usual.
I mean, you and your team are a fixture in our market center, and it's always great to see you, your team. They're a resource for all of the agents here in our market center. And today we get to talk about listing presentations. We get to talk about your process for preparing, how you actually deliver that presentation, how you pivot that presentation. So if we start at the beginning, how do you prepare? How do you approach understanding the needs of the person that you've just booked this appointment?
Well, I think our phone conversation is the first part of it. And the phone conversation to me is the most crucial part of the whole appointment. Because for me, that gives me the opportunity to find out what kind of a seller I've got on my hands and what to expect when I open up the door. And hopefully I'm not too surprised, and hopefully I've pegged them pretty good. It's a lot of questions. It's a lot of digging. And I want to make sure that when we actually go into the appointment that I have a pretty good set plan of how I'm going to go through the listing appointment. For us, we try to keep on track as to the way we do our listing appointment, but unfortunately, we all know they all have their own life of their own.
When you're asking these questions, when you said it's a long list of questions, there's the standard ones I think we're all kind of taught and told,
Yep.
These should be incorporated. What are some of the questions that you ask that really kind of dig into the personality of these people that you're setting appointments with?
Yeah, that's a great question because we're very relationship based on our interview, and we don't kind of go in with the whole, this is the way the book is laid out and we're going to go through page 1 through page 16, whatever. It's more of a learning experience for both them and for us. And by learning their personality of what it is they're looking for in an agent, it's really asking a lot of great questions and it's digging deep on every answer you get. So whatever their response is, I'm always digging 3 deep and I'm taking a lot of notes because I want them to know that I'm really paying attention to what we're talking about.
Now, I know with our Take Command series, we do reach a lot of new agents. So can you just describe a little bit, what do you mean when you say you go 3 deep?
So, so you're looking to move to Philadelphia.
Okay.
It's 3 questions about that. When do you need to be there? What's the motivation? What's the price point you're looking for? Do I need to get them a referral on that side of the transaction as well? And just keep kind of going down and keep asking. They give me an answer. I ask them another question. Repeat the question. Answer where I can and get another question out of them.
Now, for these appointments that you're booking, what is your mix of business? How much is referral? How much is brand new people, repeat business?
So we have a pretty good repeat business. I'm kind of shocked that we do. And I guess it's just because we've done it good the first time that they come back to us, because unfortunately we're not as good as we need to be as far as our touches on people. So I would say probably about 40% of our business comes back as repeat. And then we're still very strong on open houses and we're still outdoor knocking and we want to get in front of people. So our open house is probably our second amount of referrals that come in off of that type of thing, and even on the listing side of it as well.
Now, you mentioned in your introduction, this is a 20+ year journey in real estate.
Mm-hmm.
So you have an established brand. How much do people know about you when they're on these pre-listing appointment calls?
It kind of depends where they've come in from. So if it's a referral from somebody else, it's a pretty easy slam dunk. And that's my favorite, go and list them. There's still a little bit of work involved in it, but that's really just kind of warm and fuzzy. It's more the people that we meet at an open house, let's say, and we're trying to create a connection where we're going to do a buy and a sell together. Those it takes a little more hand holding to, but I think it comes down to the personality of who you're talking with and how your personality works with them. So that kind of mirror and match type of thing, I think, is very important. Sometimes my voice goes up and sometimes it comes down, right? So we kind of create that bond very, very quickly. And that's really what it's all about. You have to kind of create that connection where they feel like they can trust you to start out enough to get the next part of the conversation going.
Well, I think you just touched on something so important. It's like, say it again, mirroring and matching when you're in a conversation with one.
Right.
You
Yeah.
can't be guns blazing, jumping off cloud 9 when the person in front of you is kind of at a
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, and we had one of those yesterday. Yeah. Yeah. And one of the guys on my team, he was listening, you know, he was having a hard time with her. And I said, get her on the call and let you and I talk to her together. And I really, when I started listening to her and acknowledging her and letting her take control of the conversation to start with, and I brought my voice down and I kind of got to where she was at, he really caught that and said, I now see what that looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it is such an important skill to be able to match and create that, because I think that's the beginning of establishing that trust and that relationship. What other things do you do to establish your credibility with these potential sellers?
Well, a lot of that's on the appointment. We don't do a lot of that up front. You know, we're trying to change that with the whole brokerage thing happening. We're creating a drop-off presentation that we're going to drop off to the clients the day before. We're going to have a pizza brought in. We're going to do that kind of thing. We're going to try that and see how it goes. And see if they actually read it. You know, most of the people that we talk to, it's rare that we get somebody that's so analytical that they want to see, you know, all the things that I brought. A lot of times we just get warm and fuzzy and they say, okay, you know, let's keep moving along. You know, we've got a good relationship going.
I'm sorry, did you say pizza?
Pizza. Yeah, pizza. Yeah. And the plan is we're going to call them and say, hey, listen, we're going to drop off our pre-listing package. And hope you'll spend a little bit of time looking at it, you know, the night before. What's your favorite pizza? And what time do you want it delivered?
I love that. I love that.
Yeah. And it gives us an opportunity to ask questions again, right? You know, are you a Coke drinker? Do you like Bud Light? You know, it's things like that the more you know about your clients and the more you listen and pay attention to that, the more they know that you truly care. It's not, you know, you're not commission breath and you're there to really help them and do the right thing.
How much of your appointment setting call versus your listing presentation, how much of that is you trying to uncover specific pain points or concerns that these sellers might have?
It's all about that. Yeah, it's all that is every bit of that conversation, right? Because, you know, some people have to get out quickly, and some people, you know, it's all about their number and whether we want to take the listing because it's their number, not our number, right? So it's really the education part of it is a process. And everybody is on a different level, right? And you really need to be able to jump from one, you know, what you think your next question is going to be to a whole different question, right? That spontaneity of the conversation is something that takes time. It takes years to be able to jump to the next question. And I see that a lot of times people, when they think about, they're thinking about what the next question should be when they don't have enough time to create the next question.
So let's say, for example, you know, if we're talking about concerns, or maybe, you know, we call them objections oftentimes when we're talking to people, what's an objection that you are hearing maybe more often than others? And what have you come up with to overcome it?
And we're talking listing side?
Yes.
Listing side. Okay. So on listing side, usually their number is either spot on or so unrealistic that we're not going to take the listing, right? So when we have the conversation up front, I want to know where first they're coming up with how they think the value of their home is. You know, of course they all have 24 karat gold pipes. You know, we all know that. And for them, you know, the price point is not realistic. And when I try to bring them back down to reality, it's really talking about the market and where we're at now, because we're in such a different market right now. We're pricing. If you're off on your pricing, you are not going to get it sold, and you're going to become that 30% that doesn't. And it's a hard conversation to have with people, but it has to happen, because if you're not truthful to what you're telling them, you're not going to get the property sold, and you got a black mark against you. So I'd rather leave and not take it if it's not the right price point. And I'll just say to them, quite honestly, I don't think we can get you that number. And if you want to go list with someone else, I'd love to come back and interview after the property hasn't sold. And that's kind of a hard conversation to say to somebody. Is it a little bit cocky? I don't know, but it's truthful, right?
Absolutely.
They need to hear that. So when it happens, you're still the right person to go to.
How do you get comfortable with, those harder conversations? I mean, 20 plus years, I'm sure how you present now is much different than how you did in the beginning. So what were your tricks or tools to just be strong and confident in those hard conversations?
Well, quite honestly, that changes every day, right? And I think that's part of our growth pattern. For all the years I've been doing this, I'm still, hanging with you guys. I'm still doing script things. I'm still, on the calls. I'm listening to what other people are doing, because I'm still, you have to keep learning in this business, and the conversation has to keep shifting. And in our team meeting yesterday, we kind of talked about that in the MREA book, that you have to change your habits. And if you can't change the old habits that you were doing before to go into the new market that we're coming into, that's all about, I don't really call it scripting. I call it conversations, right? Because it's really, I don't want to sound scripted, and I know what my bullet points are. And you just have to kind of get over the fear of making it a script and making it sound like you that's talking from a point of caring.
Yeah, absolutely. And, to express that care, that emotion, kind of mirror and matching their emotions, their motivations. How do you tailor that message to appeal to those emotions? What are you doing to, I guess, be empathetic and not necessarily sounding sympathetic to what they're feeling or going through?
It kind of comes down to black and white numbers at that point, right? And it's either the number's right or it's not. And when we're having that conversation, we're bringing in a lot of different sources of how we're doing that. And sometimes it's a matter of, if you think it's that number and I think it's this number, why don't we have an appraisal done? And let's see where it comes in at, so we know we're at the right number. And quite honestly, I think appraisals right now are very important, and we're doing it on a lot of our properties. If they're single family that are a little bit out of the box, that we're just far enough away that $400 is going to make the difference of finding out who's really on track or not. And sometimes I'm wrong and sometimes they're wrong. And it's great when either of those happen, because now we know where we need to be with the numbers. And stats and things like that are very important to go in with, and having your square footage price and being able to justify condition and all those things, and kind of understand what an appraisal looks like, right? If you're not hanging with an appraiser and taking what their point of view is, you're probably missing out on, because things that they're looking at that you're not maybe looking at, that could be the part of the difference that you're missing, you or them.
Yeah, I love that. I don't know, how many agents really think to suggest doing an appraisal at that stage, really, to bridge the gap between maybe what the seller wants and what you're telling them the market is saying.
Right. And sometimes we pay for it. Sometimes we say to them, you pay for it, we'll reimburse you at closing. That way we have a commitment with them. And everybody's on track.
Wow, that is great stuff. I love that.
Yeah.
In today's digital age, how are you leveraging technology and all of the tools, that we have at our disposal now? How do you use those to enhance your listing presentation?
Well, it's all these gray hairs. I have someone else who kind of does a lot of that. It's the people behind the curtain that I'm very blessed and fortunate to have help with that kind of stuff. But I think embracing technology is easy for some people and very hard for others, and not just on our side, on the seller side too. So you kind of have to know where they're coming at too. So our new thing that we're working on again is our value proposition as a seller with having to talk about commission and compensation right now. We're going to put together a digital, almost like a digital book where they flip through a page and it has all the value of what we have. Because when I go in on the listing appointment, I have my whole book full of, my whole binder full of stuff. And I sometimes pull it out and sometimes I don't, depending on who I'm in front of. So I'm much more of a paper person, more old school. And I think it depends. You got to know who your seller is too. If they're a paper person, and age will certainly tell you part of that as well. But we have some and we don't have some of the others.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about, the data and all the market insights to persuade a seller to see the value or understand the value of their property. How much of that do you decide to use? Say maybe your numbers are correct. Do you still find yourself having to bring up the data when your numbers are more aligned?
No, but and I think the word persuasion, it should be really enlightenment, right? Because we're kind of, you can't really persuade them as much as you can give them the information and say, okay, here's what it is. Where do you feel it should be, right? And part of that for us is I'll just bring a blank piece of paper. And as we're going through comps, the technology part, jumping back to that, I take an iPad and we go through all the comps and everything on my iPad. So it kind of lets them know that I've got some kind of a, tech savvy background that I can handle without the back of the team. And then as we're going through them, I'm writing down numbers. So if you were going to buy this house, compared to your house, where do you think we fit in? And I start writing a bunch of numbers down, and I kind of can lead them a little bit that way to get to the number that I want to get down on that piece of paper. And then we kind of go through them and then we circle one and say, okay, is this really kind of where we think we're at then? And it helps really enlighten the process of it. And also, Realtor.com and Zillow and those type of things, the Zestimates and all that. Sometimes they're on, sometimes they're off, sometimes they're just not even on this planet, but they're watching those numbers, right? And I better know what their house was listed on Zillow today, because if I don't, they're going to tell me, and I didn't know that, right? So I want to have the upper hand on that. And sometimes that's what we write down on the piece of paper too, because that's a very good, guiding tool right there to be able to say, I'm sure you've been on Zillow this morning and you saw your house was, 759.237. And, how do you feel about that number after we've gone through all these numbers? Do you think that's a fair number? Do you think we're off, and why? And then we start to talk about algorithms and how these things are talked about. And then sometimes I say, well, the algorithm of these is sort of like the algorithm of what you have. You're kind of taking data without knowing exactly what the data is and coming up with this number where you think it's this number and I think it's this number, and this is why.
Yeah, I mean, it's so true. There's so many websites out there that will try to tell you what your house is worth.
Yeah.
And like you said, they don't know. I think as realtors, we don't always understand what is all the data points that they're grabbing to create this magic number.
Yeah.
So let's move on to the listing presentation as a whole. When you're booking these appointments, how much time are you allotting for your listing presentation and your conversation with these potential sellers?
Much more than before. Before we could wing it a lot easier when the market was strong, and we could pick a number pretty quickly. With the price of houses that I see are coming down a little bit, and they're leveling in certain parts, and that conversation is going to be most of what our conversation is going to be about. So I need to have my data really put together well, so that when we're talking, it's in a spreadsheet and I can pull out the spreadsheet, give them the spreadsheet, and then I'm going through the pictures and everything. And we're kind of doing this in a two-part strategy. So again, they have something to hold on to, they have something to write onto, and they can see that I've put the time into it. So I put normally about an hour, sometimes maybe an hour and a half if it's a difficult one. And they're becoming more difficult because prices are all over the board.
Mm-hmm. And so this hour and a half, how many times are you asking for the business?
When you mean asking for the business,
Like asking them to sign the agreement to work with you.
Oh, always, always, always be closing. Yeah, yeah. It's there are some that are going to be real easy to close, and then there are other ones that you're just not going to get it that day. And I know pretty well off if I'm going to get it or not get it within a pretty quick amount of time. I always want to make sure that that the decision makers are obviously there to have the conversation. And then I've got to find out of those two conversations. I've only had a phone with one of them. So I've got to really now dig into the other one and see, okay, who am I playing to? Which of these two people are the decision maker? You know, and there's always one, you know, they're going to talk it out, but there's always going to be one who's going to talk more, who's going to have more questions. And that's kind of the person that I focus a little more towards and make sure that I'm really listening and affirming what they're saying.
And you bring up an interesting point, because you are correct. We have a phone conversation with one decision maker when there are sometimes two decision makers.
Right.
And then you get there and now you're right. You know a little bit about the first decision maker because of that phone call. And now you are sat across from both of them. What strategies are you employing during the listing presentation to kind of, how you just said, you know, assess that new person and then figuring out which one you're going to possibly play more to?
Right. And sometimes there's three, sometimes there's four of them, right? I mean, you know, then talk about really getting complicated with a whole bunch of personalities in one room. So I think by asking the pre-qualifying questions on the phone, you know, to know that the other person, you know, how are they on track together? Are they both looking forward to this, or is one getting a job relocation, the other one not happy because they're leaving their family? You know, I like to try to get a lot of that understood up front, so that when I walk in, I kind of know who I need to be a little more sympathetic to, you know, who's the money person. And that, again, that takes time, you know, of years of, you know, getting to know people. But you just have to kind of be aware of what their disc profile is and how you need to play towards it.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about disc. You brought it up. Can you just briefly explain to people maybe who don't know what their disc profile is? What is disc?
Yeah. So disc, you go on Tony Robbins and take your disc, and it will tell you what of those 4 DISCs you are. And, you know, you're going to ask me what they are and who they are. I don't know. I can't rattle off what the 7 things of each one of them are, but I do know that the D and the I's are high decision makers and, you know, quick to move and all that stuff. And the S and the C's are the accountants and the doctors and the people that need to see every piece of paper and read every closing statement before they're going to sign anything. So I can kind of tell just between the two of them, do I need to pull all the paperwork out? Or do I just need to be warm and fuzzy? That's really my two audiences that I play to. And a lot of times I've done a lot of work to bring in. I'll put it out on the table. We have our conversation. And if it's a D or an I, they're ready to sign or whatever, I just say, listen, I have all this other information. Do you need to go through this, or are we comfortable with where we're at? And no, Chris, let's get this thing moving. Come on, let's go have lunch.
You know, I learned early on one of the best questions to ask to kind of determine what someone's disc profile is to just ask them, describe your house for me.
Right.
Right? Because, you know, a person who's a D, a person who has that dominant profile, God, they're going to just be very like,
la. Tell you
1965 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas you end up talking to someone who's going to have, you know, maybe a S or a C vibe, and they're just going to start flowing and getting into, you know, what type of window treatment and
and then you know how to talk to them. Then you get, you know, fluffy with them too, and it all just sort of, you know, it builds the relationship. I truly feel that this business is, yes, there's a tremendous amount of skill involved, but I also think it's more therapy and being a therapist than anything else. And quite honestly, you should have to have a 4-year degree in that just to get started.
I mean, you're definitely not wrong. I definitely can say that, you know, you might as well have like a portable couch for people just to like get some
Yeah.
therapy
Yeah.
time in.
Yeah. I think a big van with a couch in it. The doctor is the real estate doctor is in. Come take a lay down.
Aside from price, what are some other objections that you're hearing, and how are you overcoming those?
Time frame. How long is it gonna? I want it sold yesterday, or I don't care how long it's gonna take. Those are two of my. I always ask that question, because if they don't care how long it's going to take, and we're overpriced, we're just not a match, and then they want to sell it for $1. So it's really getting to figure out the motivation and how it's going to work for everybody.
So after you do your presentation, let's say you've gone and looked at your comps, what is your how do you transition from presenting the presentation itself to closing that deal and getting the signature on the agreement?
Right. So Miko, is everything that we've talked about today, does all this make sense to you? Great. Let's get started and let's get the property on the market. It's pretty simple. A lot of times people they wait and they wait and they wait. And, sometimes when they're ready, you need to shut up and just pull the paper out and get it started. Right. And we tend to, I tend to sometimes talk too much, and I've got to know at what point, okay, they're ready to go. Both people are on board. We've got the price number. Let's start talking about paperwork.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have any tips for creating a sense of urgency to get them to sign the listing agreement without coming across as pushy?
Some people are ready and some people aren't, right? And I think that the pushy part of it is a fine line, because my motivation is different than their motivation. I want to get it sold and get it on the market and get it done, right? And for them, sometimes it's they need a little bit of time to think, or we're interviewing another agent, or those kind of things that. Then you have to kind of figure out, okay, this isn't kind of the way I want this to go. How can I turn this around, right? And we'll either talk about market conditions, or if it's going to take something to get the home ready to sell, something like that. We don't always walk away with the listing, and sometimes the nurturing part of it can be challenging, and it takes a little bit of time, and sometimes it takes a long time to get it nurtured. But you just got to be persistent and keep on them.
So what is your follow-up strategy then? So they don't sign at the appointment. How are you following up? What does that nurture look like?
So the minute we're out the door, the handwritten thank you card goes into the mail. That's the very first thing, and a lot of times I try to have that pre-addressed. It's in the listing package so that I know it gets dropped the minute, the way it hits quickly. And then the follow-up is going to depend on who they are, right? The plan of it is very specific to the person, and we deal with a fair amount of elderly people. We deal with probate things, and those take so much hand-holding, and not everybody can do it. That's for us. That's kind of the part that I enjoy. I'm a good nurturer and hand-holder, but not everybody on the team can. Again, we have all different personalities, so we all have to kind of mingle together to see how, as a team, we can make sure that we're following up in whatever that, if they're going into the hospital, sometimes we have to walk people's dogs. Sometimes we have to go shopping for them. Sometimes it's, sending flowers. Sometimes it's dropping off an orchid a week later to the wife who grows orchids. It's creating the relationship that's going to be individual. And to say you can, we do just this 5 things. For us, that's not kind of how we do business. Yeah, there are people that have systems in place that, day 1, this happens, day 2, the email goes out. I don't want to feel like I'm canned script, right? That it's really, they're hiring us because they know we care and that we're very personal to the people that we're working with.
I love that. I mean, yeah, personal touches can go such a long way.
Yeah.
How often do you say you're converting potential sellers that say no at the appointment?
We don't, They buy or they sell. They die or they sell. It's one or the other. Right? So at some point, we've got people that we've been nurturing 2 years, and some people say, "Oh my God, well, why bother?" Because it's part of the pipeline, and it's going to happen at some point, and they're going to refer a friend because we've been so consistent with them. Again, they know we care. So we go in knowing it's not always going to be a slam dunk, and sometimes we think it is and it isn't, and sometimes we think it's not, and they say, "Where do we sign?" So it's all kind of relationship all the time when you're doing these.
And I love that. What you just said, it could be 1 year, 2 years, and just keep nurturing.
Yeah.
Because like you said, it may not be, again, that you're winning their business, but if you get the referral out of it, even if it's from someone who's never signed with you.
Right.
I mean, that is absolutely,
and sometimes it's family, it's friends, it's, an out-of-state referral. You never know, where one person you're working with, even though they may not list with you, they may come back down the road.
Yeah, I mean, that's the money is oftentimes in the follow-up.
In the follow-up, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Do you have a memorable success story where your enlightenment techniques, your your foundational relationships you're building? What's a good, memorable success story that you can share with us?
Well, I think we have a lot of them. I think for us as a team, we have a lot of them, and this can be a difficult business or it can be an easy business, right? Depending on how you look at it. And almost all of our deals are not easy. There's, it's not if something's going to go wrong, it's what's going to go wrong and how do we maneuver through what it's going to be, right? Mm-hmm. And sometimes it's the money side, sometimes it's the house side, sometimes it's the inspection, but something's going to blow up. It just is. We're not in the market where people just buy things, and if there's a problem, they're going to buy it anyway. So I think most of our stories is our end goal is to have a 5-star review. That is our one thing that we are always focused on. And with the change in the market and the compensation, part of our listing package, our 5-star reviews, we're focusing on a specific thing that happens in the transaction. So when like we just had one the other day, and she said to me, Chris, we've sold 3 or 4 houses. I've done it with friends. I've done it with people that I know, whatever. And she says, and when we met you at the open house, and she said, you helped us sell and buy. She said, it was seamless the way everything happened. I never had to ask you what was going on. You always told me the next 2 steps of what was going to be happening. And I said to her, can you do me a favor? When we finish up the transaction, I'm going to ask you if you would write me a 5-star review and just talk about just what you said. I said, and I even took notes on it, and I'm going to send it to you when we're done. If you could talk about that one thing that we did in this transaction that was so wonderful for you. Mm-hmm. And we concentrate on the review to be each one of them as different as we can. So one person talks about negotiating skills, and one person talks about repair things and how we got them the best deal and how we saved them, $10,000 by doing this, where they're very specific things. I don't want a review that says, Chris and his team were great. Chris and his team were fantastic. We recommend them, whatever. I need concrete things that I can share with sellers and that I can share with buyers that have our value, right? And we don't ask enough of that from our clients, and they would love to do it for us, right?
Yeah, the past client word goes a really long way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you mentioned you want to be able to share that with sellers, with buyers. So how much of that goes into your listing presentation when you talk about the experience of past clients?
So our listing presentation now is set up in separate little binders. One of the binders is just client referrals and testimonials. And depending on who they are, and if they're, an S or a C, and I got to go through this, I'll pull it out and I'll say, here, I just want to share with you, the hundreds of 5-star reviews we've had. They're very specific about how we helped each person do something different than the last one. So I want you to see that we're very versatile in how we we negotiate and work with our clients.
Mhm.
And for you, we're going to find what needs to be that specific thing for you and get you through it with the easiest amount of time and effort. Hopefully.
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 All right. So let's talk about now just the mindset of the listing presentation, especially for some of our audience again who are newer agents.
Yeah.
You know, how do you even begin to master your listing presentation? What's the advice for new agents?
Well, it's probably not the best advice. You're never going to have it mastered, right? You're just going to have to learn and do it with other people. You know, there's plenty of opportunities out there. Find another person that's in the same situation. But I have always surrounded myself with people who know more than me and are more successful than me, right? I don't want to hang out with somebody that's, going to drag me down or, be a Debbie Downer and all that. I don't have time for that. I've got to keep growing in both my business and my personal life, right? And in doing that, I'm constantly listening and getting educated and reading and understanding and talking to people, because it becomes exciting when it comes to your listing presentation, because you're going to find out what it is in each one of them that when you leave that listing appointment, whether you get it or you don't, you're going to have learned something great. And you have to either write it down or remember it, or have a way to say, okay, if I had done it a little bit differently to answer this question, how would it have been answered, right? Mm-hmm. And our listing presentation, I got to tell you, it ain't nothing special. It's, if you go in kind of with guns on and you say, I'm going to get this, it's half of it's the mindset, right? And even if you don't know enough of what you're talking about, as long if you can get your personality into their personality, and you're starting to date and they want to have a second date, then you're on the path of getting it started, right? And we have enough, our listing presentation and stuff, we have the stuff out there. It just needs to be customized, right? And if you just customize what we've got and don't even elaborate on it, you have something. You have your first tool, right? And then from there you grow it and you create what it's going to be like for you, and share who you are as a person so that they know what your community looks like, and part of your personal life too. They want to know that as well.
Yeah. What's one thing you wish, and this is, let's take us back 20 plus years. What's one thing you wish you knew about with listing presentations in the beginning? What's one thing you just, I wish I had known this?
Well, I think I would have studied it more, and I would have put it together. I would have had it together, 25 years. I don't have it together. I mean, that's kind of scary. It's like my database, right? I shouldn't be telling this on national TV, but it's just, you got to start with something, and you have market stats, then that's your listing presentation. You learn something from NAR, you print it out and you put it in your listing presentation, and we're getting better with kind of having a library of stuff. And again, whether you use it or not at the listing appointment, you pull it out and throw it on the table. It looks like you kind of have a little more knowledge, because you do, because you've at least read it, right? And you can talk about it if you need to, but the more you come across as a professional, and again, you can kind of skirt through it. You can skirt through it.
Absolutely.
Not a great answer, but there you have it.
No, I think it's a great answer. I think really the gist of a lot of what we've talked about today is that it's not set in stone. It's not the same presentation that 25 years ago to today. You must always continue to learn, evolve yourself, because the market evolves, the seller mindset evolves. Yeah. So I think that was a great answer, because I think it really just speaks the truth. If you aren't learning, if you aren't changing and modernizing yourself, then you're just going to get left behind.
Right. Grandpa said it well when he said, when you're green, you grow, and when you're ripe, you rot. And that is something I carry with me every single day in this business, and think about, how can it be different? How can I change it? How can I move with the market? Because we you know, this business changes daily, and we have to constantly keep reinventing ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. We're almost out of time. So I guess to just touch on objections, we talked about them a little bit and you shared some examples, but for agents out there, what advice do you have for agents who really do truly struggle with overcoming objections?
You can count me in on that as well, because I still, you know, and again, I'm on calls in the morning, I'm in script things, because our script, our conversations are changing, and compensation is a huge part of this. Everything is a part of it. And you can't, if you're doing things as a script, people are going to read into it, right? You need to learn a script, and then you need to learn how to have that script come out of your voice, sounding like it's you. Because, you know, if it sounds like a canned script and they're saying, who is this person talking out of his mouth, then they're going to say, I don't trust you. You're trying to sell me something, right? And it's just knowing what the end goal is going to look like. And, you know, I tell bullet points are great. And when I first started, I had a piece of foam core that was 3 panels that folded together that I could fold up at night. And I had just bullet points of, if they go here, I can go here. If they go here, I can go here. And at least it gave me some kind of a beginning starting point to start to know what that looks like. But you have to master things. It's a bazillion times you have to say it. So better you're saying it with people in a script situation than, you know, out in front of the public.
I love that. Well, you know what Chris, what you're talking about is, you know, you really set up your bunker. And I think, you know, we still teach that today in coaching, you know, I mean, I think they still sell those at the Target or the dollar store. Get that 3-panel foam board, create your wall of conversations, and just be ready kind of for anything. Now, you can't be ready for everything. I mean, I guess kind of getting, you know, is there any objections that kind of like, to this day, either like they're kind of unexpected, funny, or, you know, surprising objections that you've heard?
I think I kind of heard them all, quite honestly, but I am still hearing things about compensation, and I'm learning those scripts right now, because you have to know what your value is as an agent. And this is probably something that people should start doing is it when you're doing your day, when you're doing whatever it is you're doing, you need to know what your day looks like. How many things are you touching in a transaction? How many phone calls are you making? How many connections we know what those numbers are. And when we start having to go to people and saying, you know, you're going to be paying us a 3% commission, and here is why, right? And you need to know exactly what our job description is and what it is we do, because people don't know, and they don't know because we don't tell them. So quite honestly, I'm kind of excited about this, because it has gotten us re-engaged as to really how much core value, and value is the most important word to be using nowadays, value in your conversation. Because we bring so much to the table, the public has no idea whatsoever. And once we understand what that is, you'll have no problem going out and asking for the money.
That is some great words of wisdom right there. You know, because of course, with everything going on with the NAR settlement, you know, we've been getting some great education from Keller Williams. You know, if you don't know and understand your value, then the sellers, the buyers, they're not going to have a clue.
None.
Now, do you have to, you know, do we need to throw our listing presentation in the trash and start from scratch, or how much do we get to keep, but also adding in this value part? Or has the value already been in your conversation?
It's in the conversation, but it's a new part of the conversation. And yes, it does need to go into the book, right? Because, and we're working on that. A seller's presentation is what it will be, which will be separate from the listing presentation, because they're two different conversations, right? They have to, you know, if now we're asking them to pay twice of what they think they have to pay now, they need to understand why we want to offer compensation, right? And if they don't get why, and we've already got it nailed down, we can have that conversation with them and let them understand that they're going to pay it one way or the other. It's going to be in the offer. It's going to be part of what the buyer is requesting in the contract, right? And we need to know how to have that conversation with the sellers right up front. Nothing has really changed. It's still going to come out of the money, right? And you're still going to get the same amount of your house, whether they pay it or you pay it or whoever paid it, it's still going to sell at the same amount of money.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. So have you already had to start having that conversation as you're going out there about reduced commissions because, the seller does not have to pay the buyer's agent anymore?
Yeah. Mr. Seller, you're going to pay it one way or the other. It's going to be in the offer. We do not work with buyers that we do not have a buyer representation with. The buyer's representation says that they're going to pay anything that's short of a 3% commission. So it's going to be written into the offer. If I don't get this listing and I come back with an offer, it will be structured that way. It will be structured that the seller has included a 3% commission at this particular price.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think, like you said, right? Nothing's changed.
No, nothing's changed. Yeah, and quite honestly, I think we got a pay raise. I am kind of excited about it, I must say, because it's it's going to be challenging, but I'm sort of excited about having a new challenge, right? So, and that's the way I look at it. In any part of this business, if you don't embrace the challenge for what it's going to be, because our days are never the two same days ever. It just, it's what it is, and we have to love doing it. And if we don't, then it's not the right place to be.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I love, what you just said about, having really two conversations, one, which is like a seller presentation, and one really focuses in on the listing presentation side. I think that, you can't cram everything into one conversation. You'll probably make your seller's head explode.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And there are a lot of conversations, and, we take very good notes. That's another thing that everybody really needs to pay attention. In the listing appointment, we're making 1 million notes, handwriting down single thing they say. They talk about the petunias. I'm writing down the petunias, because it's important to them. Yeah. And they need to see that I'm writing it all down, because half the time people are not. They're not paying attention. They're just, okay, he said that. What do I got to say next? Yeah. And if he says this, where do I need to go next? No. Relationship.
Yeah, I mean, especially that you're demonstrating the art of listening. Right? It's important that, and they use ART as an acronym, A standing for actively listening, R being repeating what they're saying to show the comprehension, and T, which I think what you just said, which a lot of people don't do, is take notes. And then use the notes. Don't just write it down for the sake of writing down and throwing notebook number 2,000 on top of the pile.
Right. In the thank you note, I met that dog, and if I don't remember that dog's name when I send that thank you note and say it was really nice meeting, you and Goober, then I haven't done it. I haven't listened, right? And that's the part of our business that if you listen and people understand you're listening, they know you care.
Ryan, you're back.
I'm back. I just wanted to thank you both. You both did an amazing job. So what I heard is we all need to be better listeners and pay attention. I've heard this theme throughout the day. It's just be better at listening. I know on the last call, Matt was saying you have 2 ears and 1 mouth, and we should use them accordingly. So definitely listening is important. Listen to the client. All right. So we also got, I liked your answer on the question regarding commission when it comes to not paying because of the seller. Is good response. But it's a big deal right now. Is everybody wanting that? Whatever the commission rate is, it doesn't matter what that commission rate is. Whatever you're negotiating, I mean, you're going to pay it regardless, one way or another. All right. So If we have any questions, we can take them right now. I've put it up a couple times to see if we can get any questions. Nobody's so far jumped in and thrown any questions, so I just wanted to verbally put it out there. If you have questions, please put it into our chat. We'll be happy to put it up for Chris to answer. And if not, that's okay as well. We'll let him save his voice and get back to his day.
Get the next person on the couch.
Yeah.
We are going to be going into our last session of the day here shortly, and that last session is going to be a Q&A session with a lot of our Market Center Tech trainers, and we do have a special presentation as well coming up right at the beginning of that. So if you're planning on jumping off the call, I highly would not recommend that. This is going to be something you want to see.
This is the meat. This is the meat of getting it done.
Yes, we save not the best, but we save a very good value piece for the end on purpose. All right, I don't see any questions. So what we are going to do is we're going to say thank you very much, Chris. And if there's anything we can do as far as getting referrals to you, how would we go about doing that?
Chris@christoomey.com. It's a pretty easy email address, and we're a great team of people and love to help out however we can. We do a lot of probate, we do a lot of senior stuff, and we're hand holders.
And you guys service what areas?
Well, I'll be up in Palm Beach this afternoon, and I'll be in North Miami Beach later tonight. So kind of Miami-Dade and Broward.
Awesome. Well, we got the and we also got your email address and your website up there, so people can use that. And feel free to send Chris all the referrals you guys can. Let's keep it in the family, and let's keep everybody fed and hungry. We are going to go ahead and take a quick break, but before we do so, I want to bring attention to next month's Take Command. We're all set. We got a great lineup, and I want to share that with you. So give me 1 second to throw it up here for you to take a look at. We are going to have the amazing and good friend of ours, Chris Cusimano. You may have seen him. He teaches for FES, and he's going to be coming to teach for us and talk about lights, camera, listings. He's going to be talking about video marketing for marketing your listings, because next month is all about taking command of your listings marketing version. Then we're going to have Maria Responti come on. She is from Wellington, and she's going to talk about the tactics of marketing your listing. And then Sandra Rathi, who is a luxury agent in the Weston area, and she has her Sandra Rathi team that is going to be talking about elevate exposure, proven strategies, help you win when it comes to marketing your listing. So please join us next month for Take Command of Your Listings Marketing Edition. And that will be taking place May 28th, 2024. Take Command is always the last Tuesday of the month, and we run Take Command from March until October. So again, join us next month. And then Miko, you did an excellent job asking the questions. Chris, we were so thankful to have your expertise on here. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Rest of your day.
Great questions. Great questions.
All right, guys, we're going to put some music up, and we'll
Very
leave
good.
up today's banner so you can see what's going on.
All right. Make it a great 2024.
quiet. They usually say, do this, do that, grow up, be nice and behave. But I've never wanted to be like them. Monday to Friday, that's just nothing for me. We've got a life to live, so please don't waste my time. Let tomorrow be tomorrow, not here now. Forget your trouble and let's celebrate tonight. Come and join it, get it started in this town. I'd rather be fun than what they say. Won't be safe and sound. There's time for that, but not now. And while we are young, let's be stupid. Just you, me, and the night. The one thing we should know is that we got plenty of time. That we got plenty of time. That we got plenty of time. Don't know a thing about what this is like. I don't want to think about what's ahead. I'm here now. 'Cause I've always wanted to feel alive. Live in the moment, let the future arrive. I'm gonna tell the world the way it's going down. Let tomorrow be tomorrow, not here now. Won't let them bother me, I'm not gonna waste my time. Come and join it, get it started in this town. I'd rather be fun than what they say. Won't be safe and sound. There's time for that, but not now. And while we are young, let's be stupid. Just you, me, and the night. The one thing we should know is that we got plenty of time. That we got plenty of time. Yeah, we got plenty of time. Oh, we got plenty of time. Yeah. Oh, we got plenty of time. Plenty of time. We are young and we got plenty of time. And I've got nothing else but you on my mind. We got plenty of time. Yeah, we got plenty of time. Oh, we got plenty of time. Yeah. Oh, we got plenty of time. Oh, we got plenty of time. Yeah, we got plenty of time.
Hey, listen up, I've tried to tell you this 100 times. Not getting better by lying there pretending to cry. You on repeat, you can see, cause you have closed your eyes. You say you listen, but you're missing what it's all about. Rise up now. If you never fall, you don't change at all. Cry out now. Have you given up? I will never stop, yeah. I try to help you, but you keep reading between the lines. There's nothing there for you to complicate, we're not aligned. You say you listen, but guessing that's just another sign of growing up, you're growing old, your life keep passing. Rise up now. If you never fall, you don't change at all. Cry out now. Have you given up? I will never stop, yeah. Now if you break it, I can take it, I don't need a prize. Leave out the fact that I am up against 1,000 guys. My intuition efficient, cause I can use my mind. Don't try to tell me how it's done, you haven't done your time.
Brett Bishop,
Yo,
how you doing, sir?
I am good. How are you? That was a lot of knowledge dropped on us today. We had some
Yeah, we
amazing
had-
guests, huh?
We had some talent on today, and I can't express how blessed I feel that we had them come and spend their morning with us. I mean, we're all very busy and we all have plenty to do other than come on a Tuesday at the end of the month and hang out with us. But they did, and we're very appreciative of them. And those are not people who are selling a house or two a year. Those are people who are selling more than that per month. So extremely thankful.
Yeah,
We all have to
absolutely.
start
And
somewhere.
along those lines, though, and that's one of the things I always love about Matthew Patterson, and I think everybody speaks to that at some point, is the fact that they started there, though, right? At some point,
Yeah.
they did only sell 1 or 2 a month, and that's why we like to bring them on and expose their knowledge to all the agents of the South Florida region so that you can see the potential and then some, right? And they all started where you may be right now in your business. And we like to bring them on here so that they can share their knowledge with you, their value pieces. We have value pieces for everybody today too, right, Ryan?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, so
When I have it posted to the
mine will be
website.
following up and providing that to everybody in the region, and just awesome. Great day.
What they say is success leaves clues, right?
Yep.
So we had 3 people on who could share their knowledge and their successes and leave some clues with you to be able to how to replicate that. Now, I did hear one time, and I believe Matt had said it, where he had talked about that he can give you the tools and give you all the things, but are you going to go and implement them? So what are the pieces you took out and went and implemented today? I know one of the biggest things I did here is you got 2 of these and 1 of these. So let's use those ears. And I know I'm always talking to the Market Center Tech trainers and to the agents where I'm out teaching about we should be doing more listening, less talking. We all like to kind of just talk at people, and we don't want to do that. What did you learn today? What was the big takeaway you had?
So, well, you just mentioned one of my favorite things, right? And it's something that I hear Matt say all the time, that God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, so that we listen twice as much as we speak, which is huge, no matter what it is, whether we're talking to agents as Market Center Tech trainers, or we're agents talking to customers, or we're just talking to each other, right? Colleagues in the business as well. I mean, that's huge. The other thing is knowing your numbers, going in, knowing your stats. That's huge when you're at the table to be able to win that appointment. And the seller, when you're really well versed on that, the seller can't ask you anything you're not already prepared for and don't already know. Right. And then I think the importance of social media. Right. I mean, we heard that from the Old Florida Dream Team for sure, that's something that they work on. And the funny thing about those ladies, because I've recently changed offices and they're in my office, and I had the pleasure of sitting at the table next to them at our regional awards, and I was having so much fun just as a fly on the wall next to their table, because they are so much fun. But to hear that even them, because video is a passion of mine, Ryan, you know that I actually travel around to Keller Williams offices and teach a class that I co-authored with Kimber Walton and Chris Orsini called The Real Deal. Had the pleasure of actually doing that, presenting that class in your market center. And one of the things we talk about is people who don't want to get in front of the camera, and it shocks me that with all their personality, that's still something that they don't like. So I mean, it's very real. It affects all of us, right?
Right. Yeah, we're gonna bring on our friend from the sun here, Dora. I'm joking because she's so bright.
A little
Always so bright.
overexposed. That's okay.
We love Dora.
There we
She's one of
go.
our Market Center Tech trainers from the Wellington area. We invited a bunch of our Market Center Tech trainers to come on and help us answer some questions. We are going to be taking questions and answers. But one thing I did promise is that we will be giving something of value here. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to share something, since we're talking about listings. One of the ways that me and my team has won listings in the past and done a really great job with them. And I also had a Market Center Tech trainer wanting me to put packages together and share this with people, is putting together what I call my listing book. It's not really a presentation, but it is a presentation at the same time. It may sound simple or easy, but it's very complicated to a point, in the fact that we just created it into a system, and my operations person will always take that system and they will put it together and make sure it's ready for me. And it's just collecting information. So this is a binder that I get off of Amazon, and it's important to me that it's clear so that they can see the front piece of it. And then it's like a leather bound section. It's important to me that it looks good, because this is going to sit on the table at every listing I take. And I'm taking it to the listing appointment to show them what they're about to get. In the market we're in, this is more relevant. It was not so relevant in the market we just came out of, because houses are flying off the shelves so fast that by the time I got this put together, it's too late. So here's what this looks like. If we open this up, you're going to see a few things in here. You're going to see a cover page in here where it's going to break down. Let's see if I can get it over. And I'm going to share the templates that I built for this in our website that you can go and grab for yourself if you'd like. I built them all in Canva, and I'll just take the PDF and share it with you. You can go and edit it in Canva how you like. But it starts off with inspection, 4-point, wind mitigation, preliminary title, HOA documents, seller's owner's policy, mortgage analyst, insurance analyst, property profile, and then lien search. So what I've done there is I've partnered with a lot of the partners that I have, and the inspectors. We're going to take the inspector and have them do a pre-inspection on the property. We're going to have our insurance company take that and run insurance on it so we can get some quotes on that. We're going to have our title company go ahead and start doing their lien search ahead of time. So we're doing all this work up front. We're getting all the HOA documents. We're organizing it into a nice, neat little package to where when a buyer shows up at that property and starts to look at all these different pages, there's not really anything left for them to question. They're looking at the inspection, seeing everything that's on there. The other thing that's nice about this is when we do a pre-inspection, we're able to take care of those things ahead of time. As a contract, and Brett's very big on the contract, so he can sit here and attest to it. Once you start getting into having an accepted offer, some of these things are taken off the table. So when we go to take care of it ahead of time, before it even becomes a listing, we can see that there's an issue with the floor, where there's moisture in the floor, and we need to go ahead and get that taken care of ahead of time. So the inspection is important to allow the seller to go ahead and make these repairs before it hits the market, and make a choice on whether to make those repairs or not. You can have that conversation with them. It's not something that's hiding ahead of time. The 4-point limit, that just helps you with getting the insurance, of course, and talk to your inspector. See if they're willing to work a deal out with anybody who buys that house to put the buyer's name on it. That's what I do with the inspection company I have. They don't put our name on it. They're holding that name, and then they would go ahead and change it to the buyer's name once they go ahead and secure the property. Wind mitigation, same thing. The title commitment, we just have our title company getting that together. We've gathered the HOA documents, and the title company is helping us with the seller's owner's policy. We get our mortgage partners to go ahead and write up a letter stating what types of loans this property qualifies for, whether it's FHA, whether it's VA, those types of things. Insurance analysis, of course, we just kind of talked about that with the insurance. We put the reports in there showing what the quotes are for the property. And then we just do kind of like in the earlier session, Erin was showing how she's gone and run different neighborhood profiles. Like what are the things that are going on in this neighborhood travel wise? What does that look like? Put something like that into there. And then we got our lien searches, just knowing that there's no liens. So as a buyer, I walk into this property, take a look at this, and I really answers all my questions. It makes me feel good about it. Now, Chris just talked about the idea of doing an appraisal. Now, that's something we had thrown around in the past too, and we did play with that. So if you wanted to throw an appraisal in here, feel free to go ahead and do so. Here's the advantage of this, because it keeps on going. We have a listing side of this, and we have a buyer side of this. So one of the things I've learned from doing this for so long is you do not keep this in here during the inspection period, okay? This goes in when you go to do your listing presentation. Once you get the listing, make sure that all the information here is populated in here. And then before the listing goes live, this goes on the kitchen counter so they can go through and look at it. But as soon as they put an offer on it, pull this from the listing. Why? It's twofold. First, you need to start switching it out and turning it into a buyer's folder. But the main reason is, what I've learned is the inspectors, if they go in and they find this on the counter, if they hire their own inspector, they're going to go and see all the problems that the past inspector had, and they want to challenge it. They want to be the hero and find something different. So I'm not trying to give that to them. I pull it and I use the opportunity to start switching it out and putting the things in there for the buyer side. The buyer side is a little bit different because I'm also including photos of the property. I'm basically turning this into their homeowner's manual, to where they can go in there. I've got sheets in there for every change they make. Like let's say they go and they decide to change the ceiling fans. So I put a little pocket in here so they can put all the receipts in there. I've also got a sheet with lines on it so they can write the date that they bought the ceiling fan and where they put it at, all that kind of stuff. The goal is when I come take the listing from them again, that I have all the information on here from what they've done during the time they've owned the home. And even though that this buyer who's buying this property, there's a chance that they're not my buyer, they were somebody else's buyer. That's okay, because that buyer has all my branding in it from that point on, and hopefully I'm reselling that house again. Now, in the time that I've done this, I've had about 4 of these come back to me, and I did it for about 2 years leading up to COVID, when we pretty much had stopped because the market started shifting into a very fast-paced market, and this really wasn't valuable because it was going way too fast.
The printer didn't have time to print by the time it sold, right?
The ink wasn't dry. The ink was not even dry. So I still think, regardless, those were always valuable, because if I could have had them in more hands, I could have probably had more come back to me. But the fact that I was able to take 4 of those back then because of these, I still see them as value. If not, at least they got a keepsake from it, so something tangible. A lot of people like having something tangible. I kept that in mind when I did this, because this is tangible, but also all this stuff that's in here. I got these keys. I don't think. See if you can find it on here.
It's a thumb drive,
I
isn't
got
it?
these keys from Amazon. This key is a USB drive
Wow.
that I just plug into my computer, and I dropped all those documents onto the USB drive. And then I also would get keychains made up with my logo and stuff on them and add them to it. That would go in here. So I've got everything digitally, and I've also got it in here as a book. So that's my value add for your listing presentation. Take this. First thing before you start doing it is start creating those relationships with your vendors, with the people you're working with. A lot of this, it does cost a little bit of money to do this, but you could also offset some of this by working with some of your people, such as your home inspectors. One of the things on here that we worked out was the home inspector would not charge, because I paid for the home inspection. I had a package I would put together, and the home inspector would take they would take payment at closing. So I would just send the bill to the title company. Title company would pay them at closing. So they're all invested in it like I was. Title company obviously was involved in it as well, because I went through the same title company on each and every one of these. My suggestion is you look at, if you wanted to do something like this, set it up similarly, work with your vendors, see if they can help you. You can offset some of those costs. Now, if you guys have any questions on this book, I'm open to answering those questions right now, or we can dive into anything else you want. And Dora tried to jump off, so I'm going to add her back on here because she should be part of this conversation to answer any other questions.
So Ryan, here's something that's funny to me. Okay. So you are the regional technology director of the South Florida region. So you are the leader of this nerd herd that we call ourselves in the South Florida region. We are all
Yes.
very techie people. And that book is one of the most old school things in the world. And I love it, though. I've
Absolutely.
always loved that book. When I got into real estate in 2003, that was a very common thing. And we don't see it so
Mhm.
much anymore. But they're really awesome. And like you said, the sellers and the buyers both love to have that, even if it's as a keepsake.
Absolutely. I mean, you can make a digital version of it if you wanted to. You can just make it into a flip book if you wanted to.
Mhm.
However, what I've learned is a lot of our clients, they still like having that physical book. You can make this into a magazine if you wanted to. It doesn't have to be a big, huge, thick book. I like the big book. It makes it easy for them to find. It sticks out when it's on their bookshelf a little bit. So if they have it on their bookshelf, they know where to go find it. I don't have it in this version of it, but I typically, like I said, I have a pouch that I stick in the back, like one of those pencil pouches that
Mhm.
you get for your trapper keeper, if you remember those things. So I put that in the back,
We do.
and then you
Laura
just
and I
throw all your
definitely
receipts
do.
in there. Yes, we put all our receipts in there so we can keep those receipts that go along with the purchase of the house. But that I also have a section in there with all my vendors in it too. So I have a whole list put up if they need to. So they can still call me if they want to, but they don't have to because it's all right there in that book. And again, that's valuable real estate as far as our world's concerned, that they're a part of our world. So utilize those vendors to help you with this. All right.
Awesome.
Any other
Ryan, what do you call your
questions? Go ahead.
what do you call your book?
A book. No, I like to call it my home Bible. So when I'm talking to people, I say your home Bible.
What's really cool about that is like for appliances, warranty information, like you
Yep.
said, the wind mitigation, all of those important documents, having them in one place. It's fantastic. And then you are providing the digital option too with that key, which is a great idea.
Yeah. When I actually was walking out of a closing once, I was looking at that. They had this packet with all this stuff in it. And I said, hand that to me. I'm going to give that back to you, but hand that to me. I'm going to package it all in here. And I just take it back and leave 3-hole punch a lot of stuff and stick it in here. Or I'd say, don't even, if you want to keep that, if they would fight me on it, I got a copy of it, and I would just go ahead and 3-hole punch it the copy and put it in there, but I'd still give it to them. So it's in one place. Every person I've given it to has loved it, and I've gotten a lot of comments on it. And I've been at events that I put together and had clients say, I still have my book. I add to it all the time. So it's been valuable.
We have a home inspection company in our area. They're actually like regional. They're kind of all of Southwest Florida. And they provide something similar because they do a lot of warranties and stuff on their inspections, and they provide a binder too, which is nice.
Very nice. Not all of them do. I know Pillar to Post in our area used to do that, provide a binder, but it wasn't the same binder. It was just a home inspection binder. But the point of this is to take everything, put it in one, make it an all-in-one. It is very nice. If you go back to that listing and you've got all that information right there, it makes it much easier to collect all that and know exactly what's going on. All right. I don't see any comments in here, so we're good to go on talking about anything else. So we can either take this the full hour or we can just wrap it up here in the next few minutes. It depends on our audience and seeing what they want.
Well, let's talk about, we still have, quite a few people on here. So why don't we talk about, until there's some other questions, why don't we talk about some of the awesome things that were released this week?
Sounds good.
Right.
Let's see.
Quick,
mobile app
we mentioned.
updated. Yeah, quick we mentioned. Quick will be helpful. And I think the biggest thing there is our websites are somewhat new. And those websites have blogs on them. And blogging, whether you like it or not, is important when it comes to SEO. And not all of us are great writers. Not all of us can come up with a lot of information. And Quick has real estate related AI in it that will help you with crafting your next blog. So ask it questions in regards to that real estate information. It'll help. It could be business information as well.
Yeah, I have a video coming out on it today. I recorded it last night. And I used it to ask questions about the open house playbook, which was really cool. And also to write a 1,500 word blog for my real estate website in the style of a real estate magazine about the home selling process. So I'll have that video coming out later today.
Nice.
Yeah, it's handy to have it right there, right? Like, I'm a huge, fan of ChatGPT. Trying something new, Perplexity. If you haven't heard of Perplexity, Perplexity has ChatGPT 4 built into it, and it's the same cost, and it does more for you. So because I teach so much on AI, I don't think I'm going to drop the subscription to ChatGPT Plus. However, I am going to invest in the Perplexity too, so that I can kind of show the differences between the two. But if you are currently subscribing to ChatGPT Plus and you want something that's even more robust, go check out Perplexity. I think it's just Perplexity. I think it's Perplexity.ai. I'll look it up and let you know. But it's nice having Quick right there in the dashboard. It's awesome. Yeah, so I think this is Kennedy with us. Great idea, Brett. You can even start using Quick to get the excerpt about listing presentations from MREA. Yes, absolutely. So love the fact that it is tied into all of the Keller Inc. books. Maybe not all of them. They weren't all specifically mentioned in our updates, but it was MREA, Shift, and the One Thing.
One Thing.
Yeah, and then Ignite is in there. What's the other class that's in there? All the playbooks. Yeah.
Playbooks, including your MREA playbook.
Yep.
Which I keep here. This is a really great book. If you guys don't have this, this is so awesome. Every time I look through it, I'm just like amazed. It's so nice to have this all in one place.
And you can find all of this stuff at Keller Inc., as in Keller INK, the ink it takes to write these books. Keller Inc. It's a little play on words. So not Keller Incorporated, Keller Inc., INK, kellerinc.com. Is it Red Label that has them too?
Red Label, yeah.
Yeah, Red Label has them too. So go check those out. We will put them in the comments too for you to check them out. Yeah, they're awesome. The
Quick is our new. Actually, that name came from Family Reunion, where they had asked everybody what to name the chat. We originally were talking about maybe Client Ask Gary or something like that, but us in Florida, we all know there's already an Ask Gary.
we get sued here.
Yeah, so glad they didn't go with that, but they ended up asking all of the agents at Family Reunion, and the name that was predominant was KWIQ or Quick. So go play with that one. It's free to use. It's yours. It's built in. We had some other updates too. So we had a mobile app update that happened. You want to talk about that a little bit, Dora?
Sure. So first of all, visually, it just looks really good, right? They're getting better and better, and it's more clear. What I love about the new updates, I'm going to pull it up so I can look at it here so I can walk you through. First of all, the way that it's designed on the bottom looks really good. I think a lot of people haven't been in this in a long time is what I've noticed, even though we've had updates upon updates. So I always recommend everybody go there. So I love the bars at the bottom, but if you look at the top and it has your buy rent and then it has my home, I love this part, right? So you put in your home address, you can get your home value. It gives you all kinds of information on your home, which I love. It pinpoints your location. So to me, that's one of the best features that I've seen. I think everybody's asked for. I don't know if you guys agree with that or not.
Yeah.
I think that's a good point to bring up. You got your home valuation on there.
Mm-hmm.
We've got these amazing valuations that Zillow does, right?
Well,
all these other softwares out there that have these great valuations. So we're not needed as agents anymore because we got all these great tools out there, right?
Yep. That's right. Don't need us anymore. Zillow's the Bible. Zestimate is the gospel. There's no reason to question it whatsoever.
So we were talking
don't
about
love the
listing
direction.
presentations today. So I was joking. I'm being facetious here. You guys are the fiduciary. We are the fiduciary. So we are the important part of this.
If anybody
and
knows
just by the
Brett,
way,
they know how I feel about Zillow and know that I'm being completely sarcastic.
yes.
Yeah, let's be clear because not everybody on here knows how much the three of us love Zillow.
The point behind it is if you're doing a listing presentation and somebody brings up to you the fact that Zillow has it at this point, you might want to point out to the fact that none of that's correct. And that's exactly the reason why you need a professional like yourself to be presenting that to them. These are
Yeah.
tools. These are only meant to help you. They're not meant to do it for you. So it can't do the job.
I think that's the delivery though that you give your client though, you know, versus trashing another. I know we're joking here, but trashing another platform, right? We're just going to say it's not, you know, it's the delivery to your client to get the most accurate information. Your best way to do that is via our app, right?
Yep.
And then get in
Absolutely.
touch with me, because as an agent, we are the best resource.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Regardless.
agree with that. Don't trash. That's not, that's
Mhm.
one way to maybe make them get upset with you a little bit. It's better off to just to let them know, hey, I appreciate that you enjoy using the technology and the tools, and as do I. And yet, I'm also here to be a fiduciary and give you a little more accurate estimate because I can pull some of these things. I know Aaron and them were talking about even getting those values from some of the off-market properties. So that's something you can
Yeah,
do
that's
that
awesome.
it can't do. So use that to your advantage.
Dora, do you remember what the coolest part of that home valuation tool was?
Oh, hang on, sorry. Someone's calling me. The coolest part, I just think it's cool that we actually have it here. How do you talk about it? It pinpoints my location and boom, it pops up. So that's the coolest part to me.
I agree. There's a feature of it that arms you as the agent to know what you're up against when it comes to pricing. Does that ring a bell?
I'm
So
not sure where you're going.
the
I'm not sure where you're going.
customer, with the new update, the customer actually has a chance to edit that value,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So, and I haven't played with it yet to see what that looks like coming through. But if they edit it, then you're certainly you're armed with knowing that they didn't necessarily agree with it, whether it was high or low. And we got to see what that looks like when it comes through. I don't know that we know what that looks like on the other side yet, do we, Ryan?
I haven't tried pulling it up yet.
Yeah.
But regardless, if it's coming through and we're getting to see that information, it's just a conversation starter right there.
I agree.
Yeah. So go
That's
play
a
with
good
your app
conversation
and
starter.
then ask us questions.
Well, the thing is too, like on here, what's cool though is just not even that, but like if someone wants to, I think it's important because people always want to know, like they have no idea what the equity, you know, like if they know what the equity is in their house, they have no idea where they're sitting. So, right. So you can go and put in your home value estimate, and then you can go in and put what you have, your mortgage balance, and it'll calculate that, but it also gives you the education and facts behind home equity and how to use it and how to build it. And so it's an informational resource for the client, not just a number, right?
Yeah. That's
Right.
awesome. I didn't even know all that was there. That was not on the update slide. That's awesome.
Well, let's get our RTT on that.
Well, I wasn't picking on him. They get handed to him.
I'm joking. I know. I'm kidding. No, but I think what happens is we skip over the resource part. What's nice though is if there's a new agent on and they don't even know. I mean, we've got a lot of new younger agents in our office that don't know some of these terms and stuff. So like they can go on and educate themselves. You know, education is the key. They don't need to know you're new if you know what you're talking about because you're educated on the topic, right?
Yep.
So I just think it's cool that all that's in there. And it's not
Well,
like a really long read. It's a short
Right.
read.
That was one of the things that Matt Patterson stressed too was when you are new, be as educated as you can and then lean on your market center for their numbers and stats, right? We are all one big
Absolutely.
group, especially when you're in a market center, you're one big family there. And so don't let your inexperience add to your, I know it's easier said than done, but don't let your do your best to not let your inexperience interfere with your confidence. You know what I mean? Don't let your inexperience create more of a lack of confidence, know that you have people in your market center that you can lean on, and you can lean on their numbers, their stats, so that you can add those to your listing presentation and go out there and secure the listing presentation. I can't stress enough, and this is from personal experience too. I'm not just a market center tech trainer. I also play one on TV. No, I'm a 20-year veteran of the real estate world. I've been licensed for 21 years now and a third generation realtor here in my area. And so I know a little bit about what I'm talking about, and I've made all the mistakes too. And it's like with anything, presentations. I mean, now my passion is training and educating. So even with those, when I prepare, I'm confident. You're always going to get butterflies, but I don't get nearly as many. Dora and Ryan have been in Train the Trainer advanced workshop with me and seen me hyperventilate and blah, 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 and can barely talk. And that's because I wasn't prepared. And that builds up on you. So it's the same for your listing presentations, buyer consultations, whatever the case may be. Just know your numbers, do the work ahead of time, be prepared so that you go in as confident as you can, and don't let your lack of experience add to your lack of confidence, because it doesn't need to. Lean on your market center.
So I think
You know what
gotta
I would
make
do
it-
also, since we're talking about listings and presentations, I would highly suggest that you do take that class he's talking about, the
Train the presenter.
the presentation class. You need to go take that class because it will help you with presenting in front of your people as well. And then go beyond that. Train the presenter is a great class, and I think if you went and trained in the market center as well, it gets you some more experience before you go work on your actual clients yourself. So they say don't practice on your clients, right? Practice in the market center. But that's a class that I think you should take as many times as you can if possible.
Yep.
If it's near you.
Yep. Dora, were you going to say something?
Well, I think absolutely just that point on the presentation, right? If you have one thing to do, because I know there's a million ideas that came out of Take Command, as there always is, right? So you gotta just simplify it and go down to the one thing. And my advice is that it's your presentation. Just know your presentation really well. So you have to create it and then practice it, practice, right? So even if it's a small presentation, it's not as detailed as everyone else's, just know that one really well, right? Don't add everything in the beginning, just add the most valuable pieces. I want to sidestep for a minute because I forgot there's a piece in the mobile app that I also really like. It's the rental value. So if I want to know how much I can rent my house for so that I can rent this and go buy another one, it tells me that. So just wanted to share.
That's
Hey,
all.
that's
I'm
good.
glad that you brought that up, because that is huge for South Florida, right? Not so much for
Exactly.
Ryan and I on the Southwest coast, but down in South Florida and Palm Beach
Very
County and Miami-Dade, Broward, all that. It's huge down there. I can't
Huge.
believe how many leases you do.
And it's helpful for me because one of the things I focus on is teaching people that when I'm selling them a house, I'm not just selling them a house. I'm selling them equity in a home that they're
Mhm.
eventually going to build. I'm a wealth builder. I'm not a home seller. Let's bring that up. Actually, let's bring up. You were just talking about the mobile app. So here's the slide for the mobile app. It was just released. We actually have had 2 consecutive releases pretty close together. We went from 9 up to 9.5 recently, and then that was like week before last, and then this past Friday we released 9.7.2. Bunch of all that matters there is we've got the home equity calculator in there. The search is much better in there too when you start prioritizing search addresses for autocomplete rather than the cities and stuff like that. And also we added a clear boundary button on the map so that when your clients are searching for homes and they use a boundary to draw, you can quickly clear it. You don't have to reset everything.
You know what I noticed about this slide before I noticed anything else?
What's that?
That Ryan has twisted Donnie's arm so much that they are now using an Android phone in the graphic instead of an iPhone.
Yeah.
That was the first thing I noticed.
What I like too when I was playing with this yesterday, like I always recommend that you set yourself up. What did he get mad? He left us. I always recommend that you set yourself up as a client inside of Command. and then you test your test everything out in command as the viewing it as a realtor and then viewing it as a client as well, because it tells you two different stories. When I did it though, I love that the notification came over when I was doing my home, the home value. I didn't have to do get in touch. I just simply put my location in, and then it popped it up in my command notifications, which I wasn't sure if it was going to do.
So what do you remember what information was provided in the command notification?
Yeah, it says that my name did a home value. I forgot what the verbiage was, to be honest.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And since I'm not in, my computer's not as tech savvy as yours, I don't want to open up another screen to go look.
I don't know if your internet could take it.
Oh my God. I don't know what's wrong with my internet. Probably because I'm in the sticks here. Let me tell you what it says though. Let me go back to my old notifications. It says home. So it says on the top, home valuation request. And then it says, I won't give you my nickname, but it gives me the name of the client, requested a home valuation, their report range was, and it gave you the range. And then you view the contacting, then you go there and see the timeline or whatever.
Is it Izzy?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Izzy D. Do you like that better?
I love it. That's your rapper name, Izzy D.
Right? I know, gosh, we all have one. But every time I did it, it popped up because I did another location just to see. So it popped up home valuation request. I didn't have to hit get in touch. I just went and added the location.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
So
it's kind of like, it's along the same lines of when we do a Facebook ad and somebody clicks on the link, but then they don't fill out the information and they don't realize that we already captured their information if we use the Facebook lead capture, right? So it's kind of along those lines. Yeah. That's awesome. One of the other features that came out with this release, and believe this is true of the websites as well, is that it will now, when you're entering an address, it's going to prioritize the street address. So if you've ever been frustrated, as have I, when you're typing in an address on the search bar and it's starting with city and then it's going to neighborhoods and blah, 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 now it's going to prioritize the street address. So it should make it easier to find specific addresses. And awkward silence.
I was actually testing that as we were talking because I wanted to see.
Let's see. What was the other thing? So there was the app. There's something with filters, right?
On the app?
Yeah, I'm gonna look and see if I can find it here. I think the one quick is just awesome. I think that's going to be a huge win for agents to have that right in front of them on command, especially if you want to like look up, if you want to know what's in the books and things like that, right? I wonder if this is, Ryan, is this our opportunity when we are in some kind of MREA class and the team leader or the instructor asks us if we know what page something's on, right? Now we can cheat and go right to it.
I haven't used it to ask that, but that's a good point.
I want to know, because there are so many team leaders, and rightfully so, that have read the book so many times. They pride themselves on knowing exactly what page a certain thing is on, blah, blah, blah. And maybe this is our cheat code. Maybe this is our Easter egg.
This is actually so new. It just got released on Monday that it says on my slide up next because it was just recently released and it's actually released. But it will talk to you through the MREA one thing and Shift. It's also got Ignite and playbooks. So if you're in the Shift group, you could use it cheat in there, I guess. We also got answers.kw.com articles. So if you wanted to use it to ask a question, how to do this in command or how to do that in command, it'll help you with that as well, which is a lot of times what your MCTT is doing. They're going to answers.kw.com, finding your question and then looking up there and then sharing with you. So you could kind of use this as an assistant. I know our MCT over in our market centers here in Clearwater and Tampa, and all he said exactly that. He's like, I got a new assistant. Here you go. So answers.kw.com. You can, all those questions come right through quick. But
Well,
you got a
and
new conversation on chatbot.
go ahead, Dora.
Does it do ideas too? I haven't tried the
Just
ideas.
It's not listed
No.
as ideas yet.
Okay.
No. So one of the things that I would stress to agents out there is, one, always refer to your MCTT, your market center tech trainer, first. If you can't get a hold of them, Ryan is our regional tech trainer. However, now that we have this technology, if you can't get a hold of your MCTT because they're busy, go to Quick. Go look for it on answers.kw.com, because most of the time you're going to get the answer there, and it's going to provide. So, Paul,
Where's it located? You say go to it. Where's it located?
In the interweb.
Quick is located on command.
Yeah,
and
it's
you can see in the bottom right hand corner. You also see
the magic sparkles button.
Yes, the magic sparkle.
That's for Abby Lacey. She just calls it sparkles. So
You
yeah,
had one other release this past week as well. You want to talk about that one?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was trying to and I couldn't think about it. So why don't you bring it up?
So campaign
Put 'em on
ads
the
was
spot.
released. So we've had campaign paid ads, but now we've just enhanced it a little bit. You're going to see a lot of this starting to happen where we've got a pretty darn good foundation now in command where everything's pretty much there. So we're going to start layering some of the things that, if you ever say, I wish it would do this, or I wish it, I like this, but if it could just do this as well, that would be helpful. We saw that when we added filters into our contacts. We've got this or that, or you can remove things by tags, add things by tags. Well, now in campaigns, this is we've got some more filters now for you to find listings. And it sounds like a small thing, but actually it's a big time saver. So you've got an infinite scroll, so you're not going from page to page to page looking through listings. You've also got multiple filters in that search, so you could find it. So if you're one of these agents who's taken hundreds of listings and it's making it hard for you to search through your listings to find it, we've made it quite a bit easier for you now. And also you can add and remove columns as it shows on there. So for some of us who maybe only have, like, not myself, but say I've only sold 5 listings, this isn't as big of a deal. But in about 10 years from now, it's going to be a huge deal to you, because once you've sold a bunch of those homes, you're going to need it.
Right. Okay.
There's some other updates we can go and talk about. That one's not a sexy one, but that one's that's a strong, powerful one.
Let me clarify something, so I don't upset anyone. I am in no way saying that answers.kw.com and Quick is replacing your market center tech trainer.
Oh, no.
My point to that was that a lot of times it is a very simple answer to what may seem like a complex question, whatever the case may be. And you can just go straight to answers.kw.com through Quick and get your simple answer. It does not in any way replace your market center tech trainer. There is no replacement for us. We are gold.
Well, I think you have to keep in mind, we're servicing typically 200 plus agents in the average market center, right? So a lot of times they can get an answer a little bit quicker if we're teaching or whatever, know that you have options.
Sure. And I mean, it's only going to be if it's a simple answer, right? I mean, your
Right.
MCTT is still there to walk you through whatever the process is. So just want to be clear on that. I was not
Thank
saying
you.
like the agents aren't going to be replaced by AI. Neither are we.
There are a few other updates we can go into if you like.
Yeah, let's do it. This is like bonus round.
All right, I just want to make sure that, again, small but mighty, and I think they're important to show because they are very helpful in adding that little extra. So let me reshare my screen here.
So, Ryan, I got to tell you something funny. So yesterday you showed us that release for Quick, right? And it said that it was up next. And Peter and I are managing a group, and Peter posted it in there, and I took it down without asking him. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? It says it's up next. He was on, apparently it was talked about on the growth call, I guess. And so it was already released. Like, it was released right after our updates with you, right? So I'm like freaking out. I don't want to get in trouble. And he's like, you got to trust me, dude.
All right, let's add to the stage here. We've got Smart Plans auto remove rules. I think some of us might forget about this one, but because it was released a few weeks ago. But this is a powerful one. So if you're running Smart Plans, and if you've run a Smart Plan, you've been like, why is that? I don't like it when that Smart Plan keeps running, because if they responded to me, then I want to stop it. Well, that's something we've added recently. So if you go to the right-hand side right here, you'll see when you're creating the Smart Plan, you'll see that there's a remove section in here where you can choose if it's been responded to by email or responded to by text. It'll remove this. And it's also got OR logic. If both are checked, the contact needs only respond to one to be removed.
Yeah, that's a huge one that everybody's been asking for. Obviously, with this one, the only thing, like, if they call you, you need to know to go change it, right?
Correct.
And take them off of it. But it's automated for automated communication, which is awesome.
Yeah, that's typically where a lot of this happens, is like, I've got a text message that goes out constantly, like 10 days of pain or something like that. It's constantly calling them, and then, texting them, or emailing them, and you've talked to them, or you've texted back and forth with them, and they're like, dude, we just texted and talked about this the other day. Why are you sending me more text messages? Well, this right here will prevent that. Once it knows that they've texted you back, you're not continuing to bug them saying, hey, when are you going to talk to me? This will remove that. So be aware of that. You have that option. Go play with that. Also be aware that here's a nuance for it, is if you're copying somebody else's Smart Plan, like they've shared it in the library, you downloaded it, those settings are not going to come with it. Those are specific to you. So you'd have to set that up yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
So just because I have it in my Smart Plan that I wanted to remove it doesn't mean it's going to happen in yours. You're going to have to go, when you go to start the Smart Plan, and check those boxes there.
Well, I think wasn't that the case? Like, if we if we duplicate a Smart Plan, it's always going to default to that stuff not being checked.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. So you got to be sure you set those settings every time you launch a new
This
Smart
is
Plan.
I got another update for you guys, and this one is one of my favorites recently. And it sounds like it's not a huge deal, but to me, it's a very big deal. And that's the contacts updated timeline events. So what's going to happen in here is you should notice now that it's telling you who's doing what. So if you're running a team, or you're on a team of any sort, this is now telling you who's done what, where it didn't do it so much in the past. So you can see any edited note will show the history in the timeline, and creating it will also add a timeline event. You get improved error messaging details and identifying who completed what. So if all three of us here are on a team and I put a note in, it's going to tell me who put that note in, and that it didn't do that in the past. So it's a little bit confusing, but this gives some reasoning behind doing certain things. So if you're wondering whether you should be on a team, if you got more than one of you working, a team is considered a licensed agent and another licensed agent. So if you have two licensed agents on a team, then that's a team. There's also something called a single agent team, which is a single agent, but they're classified as a solo agent, and that person has an admin or somebody working with them. If you want the admin and they're not licensed, but they're helping you with stuff, you could set up a team, and then they can have their own login, come into here and start working within your command and putting notes and stuff in. And for the clarity, as they're putting those notes in, you can know they put the note in or you put the note in.
Yep.
All right.
I love this.
If you have any questions around that, because I run into this a lot in the market centers, they don't know the difference on whether to do this. Keller Williams is all set up about leverage and stuff. So if you're leveraging, like maybe you got a TC or somebody you wanted to add to your team, it's possible to do it. You can give them a guest user login, and you just would have to be set up as a team. And you'd have to talk to your market center administrator about setting that up for you. And your
because I know a lot of the market centers have like one person team set up in there, right? Because their admin is in, and then the agent gets fearful of, well, now I'm going to have to compete with teams. That is not how it works on the administrative end, which will be what, transactions? Is that what we're calling it? Not Cloudmore. So so it used to be, anyway, long story short, on the administrative end of everything, you're still going to be a solo agent. You're not going to have to worry about competing against teams.
Yeah, you're still solo until you have a secondary licensed agent on your team. And then if you have 3 licensed agents or more, you're considered a group.
Right.
That's how awards is set up for it. All right. So don't worry about that part of it. We've double checked on that many times, and that's how it's set up. Now, when you will show up on reports as a solo agent team. So just be aware that if you show up on that doesn't mean that, like, if you're trying to get into Gary's mastermind or something like that, or show up for any other type of awards, you'll still show up also as a single agent. A lot of us, that's a big deal. A lot of us, it's not a big deal. So it's wherever you fall, that's fine. You're taken care of. We've done it that way on purpose. But you have the leverage to be able to. I do want to, if you are looking to do that, though, there is some caveats I want you to know about. When you go to a team mode, you would be moving your contacts from the personal account to the team account. And if you do so, any smart plans that are running there or any tags that are running on that solo side will not come over to the team side. Tags will come over as legacy tags, but you would still have to reapply them. They just show them to you so you can go back and find them and then apply the team tags. There's a lot of nuances when it comes to team stuff. So my suggestion is, if you made that decision to do so, it sets you up for the future really well, but you need to get with your Market Center tech trainer and go over those nuances to make sure it works best for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
There's a lot of really cool functionality with the team side of things. One of them, and I made a video on it, is the @ feature, to be able to @ a team member, right? That's something that's built into like Brivity and Boomtown that people love. And I can just,
that's something we've had for a while.
Yeah, I know. And I didn't realize it until I was late to the party. It happens sometimes. And I was actually working with a team, converting them from Brivity over to Command, and that was one of their favorite features in Brivity. And I was able to show it was a win in that transition because it existed in Command. So that was awesome.
It is very helpful. There's a lot of times where maybe we text message and then we lose those text messages. Well, in this case, we don't have to worry about all that stuff being lost. It's already done within Command. So you can use it right in there. I've got one last thing to go as an update to show for right now, and that's going to be the consumer home comparison tool, another addition to our website. So what this means is, if you have multiple properties that you're looking at on your website, you have the ability to compare up to 4 properties at a time. So you add the homes from your favorites and then compare up to 4 of them, and they'll put them side by side. Did you do a video on this one, Brett?
Yes, I did. So I can link to that in the comments on YouTube. I did do one on this. It's a really cool feature because they're side by side like that. It goes down through all of the different stats. It's awesome.
Yeah, and I haven't seen this tool on a lot of other home search portals. So we're just trying to give you some more stickiness. So we talked about the home search comparison tool, and we've talked about the ability to get your value on the website. So if you can go and search for their value, there's a lot of really neat things in there. We're going to keep on adding to that. Eventually, the goal is they should be able to claim their home, keep all their information about their home in there. We're working towards making it more sticky for them to want to be in there. Make it a lot better than some of the other portals that are out there.
Yeah, so lots of good updates. Thanks for that, Ryan. That was awesome. This is
Your website's
nice little bonus.
If you haven't looked at it, we're kind of glossing over it, but if you haven't looked at it recently, you do have newer websites. Some of us were like, oh, we've had new websites, but some of you guys haven't even gone and looked at it. But there are new websites with a lot of features out there. There's some really great ones out there. I mean, Brett's worked hard on his. I know Peter, one of our other Market Center tech trainers, he's worked hard on his. John over there in the Space Coast area, he's worked on his. There's tons of them that are out there. Go look at other people's. You have a lot more control over the look and feel of it now. You can give it more of a luxury look. You can give it more of a laid back look. You can give it whatever you want. You got to go and play with it, and give you a lot of flexibility to bring other things in as well.
Yeah, so today I'll be recording. I'm gonna, like, this is scary for a tech trainer to do this, but I'm just gonna live record me fumbling through a custom page for the very first time because I think it will bring value to. I know Dora's like, oh geez, please don't do that. But I think it'll bring a certain amount of value to agents who don't necessarily have the same technological skills to see how it actually works, right? So I'm going to jump in for the first time and I'm just going to record it and I'm going to build a custom page. It's going to be a blog post actually on one of our new listings, and I'm going to bring in video and Matterport and all that stuff. So we'll see how it goes. It could go horribly wrong, but we're going to record it anyway.
All right. Does anybody have any other questions? We've got a lot of stuff in the pipeline. So next month we'll go over some of our updates as well in our Q&A session. And we have a whole month for a whole bunch more releases to be coming out. And we're getting to a point now where we're going to have some regular cadence around this. You're going to see more and more features. I've had some agents say, well, it doesn't do this and doesn't do that. I've also heard earlier today, the Florida Dream Team, they jumped off because they wanted to go to some other software that did this or did that. And when they said they jumped back in, because ultimately the things that it needed it to do, you already do it.
Mm-hmm. Right? Well, and there's they made the comment, right? They're using what they say they have the Ferrari, but they're driving it like a Prius. I love that. I love that.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, and that's true. Most people are spending, I'd say most, but there's a lot of agents that spend $1,000 or more on a CRM and they use an inkling of it, right? And
well, here's the thing: if you're
not knowing what Command's capable of now.
How many leads do you get from your website?
You don't get any unless I'm running an ad, and it's from the ad, not the website.
Well, next month we're going to be talking about marketing, and I guarantee you, I can go out there and search and search and search. There's not a lot of people I'm going to find that do a lot of leads from their website. And if you're watching this and you get a ton of leads from your website, please contact me and let me know. I'd love to hear about it. We'd love to interview you.
Yeah, we want to feature
However, I'm going to tell you what most of the agents that are doing well are doing. They're utilizing their database. They're calling their database. They're talking to the people who they need to talk to get the business. So if your focus is on your website because your website's going to get you all this business, please prove me wrong, but the chances are that's not the case.
Well,
the website is a tool.
I'm excited for Koozie next month because along the same lines of what Aaron was talking about with Aaron in the bathtub, right? It's those funny videos that truly showcase who you are and that people want to engage in. You know, they want to engage with you because they love what they see of you. And if you're being your authentic self, you're building that, what we call emotional proximity, right? They're starting to know you without ever having met you. And Koozie's great at that. I mean, not just on his real estate channel. And the thing, so one of my favorite things about Matt and Aaron and Jessica talked about it too. Like, it's the people around them, their teams. They genuinely love the people around them. They always mention the people around them, which I love. And Koozie's like that too. He showcases his agents. Not only are we learning who Chris is, but we also know who each of his agents are because he gives them the limelight in those videos.
That's a value statement for the team, right?
That. Yeah. Yeah. You gotta take care of your people. If you want to be successful, you have to take care of your people. Yep.
This right here, though, this is what you need. You need the MREA. It gives you the play, and the play is not go set your website up. As much as we love technology and we want to sit here and talk about technology, the best play is if you got 3x5 cards and it works for you to write names down on 3x5 cards and make it work, do it. But we do have a CRM that will help you make it a lot easier. Put your contacts in. Talk to your contacts through smart plans, through whatever means you need to talk to those people consistently. We heard that today. Consistency is huge.
Yep.
Talk to them through that. The deals will come. Put them into opportunities. Make sure you understand how to use opportunities because we're going to be diving into that quite a bit in later sessions. once we get to that portion of it. But we've been talking about getting the listings, getting the appointments, getting the listings. We're going to do some marketing around it, and we're going to dive deeper and deeper into this whole get the listing thing as we go throughout this year on Take Command of Listings. So any parting words of wisdom?
I got, it's weird, but I've got nothing. Dora, any words of wisdom?
I'm shocked.
I know, right?
Yeah, just don't be overwhelmed by all the stuff, right? It's all you just go dial it down back to basics, pick the one thing, execute the one thing, and then move on to the next thing, period.
Yep.
Grab your market center tech trainer, let them help you. That's what we're there for. That's one of our value statements is a lot of companies out there don't have that person. We have that person. We have the person to make it a little bit easier on you, and they know how to make it not so complicated. So talk to them.
Yeah, and if you're new with Keller Williams, just understand that we have a culture of sharing. So I mean, those were top agents that we had on today, like top, not just tops in their market center, but tops in the region, tops in the company, and they're real people. They're real down to earth. They're willing to share. So lean on that. We have an ALC, an Associate Leadership Council, right? Those ALC members, it's their duty, and they graciously provide that time, but they're there to lean on too and share their knowledge with you as, you know, sort of a mentor. So make sure you're utilizing our culture, because our culture is amazing.
Yeah, because I have some of the most amazing people in the whole region, because I've got all the market center tech trainers, and all their job is serve. So they're constantly serving everyone. They serve me, they serve you, they serve their leadership. They're constantly serving. So I got some of the best ones right here. But honestly, all of my people are amazing. I'm so lucky to get to work with them, and I'm just saying ditto to what all the other people said today, because they said the same thing. They came in and said their team was amazing. And I've got a great team. They've got a great team. We have a good culture, so let's just keep at it. So we're going to continue this culture into next month. Don't forget, I'm going to throw it up one more time in case you did not get to see it earlier. For next month, we are doing Take Command of Listings, the marketing version. And what I have Chris Cusimano. He's going to lead us off, and he's going to talk all about his videos and how he uses video for marketing. If you've ever watched one of his videos, they're great. I mean, like we were just talking about, he utilizes some of the agents on his team to do some of the videos, and they do a great job. Go find him on YouTube, look at some of his videos. I suggest you follow him. Maria Responte, you want to go ahead with this one, Dora, and talk about her a little bit?
Yeah, so she's a top team, ALC, luxury, commercial. She kind of does it all. And she's going to talk to you about marketing your listings, tactics around when she has a listing, the tactics on marketing around that listing and what she does. I mean, I think she got 4 listings just yesterday when I talked to her over the weekend. So like, she's doing it big.
Awesome. We're lucky to have her. Brett, you know Sandra. What do you think? She worth coming and listening to?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep. Sandra's another top team, and can't wait to see what she's gonna drop on us knowledge wise. It's a fantastic lineup. I actually just got to see Maria last time I was in Dora's office. And you know, she's a lot like Chris. I don't know Sandra that well, but I know, you know, Chris and Maria have those just, well, like Chris's tagline, right? I'm friendly. Yeah, he is. Maria is too. She's a firecracker. So there's going to be a lot of fun personality with Sandra too next month. So
Yeah.
definitely don't want to miss it.
A lot of energy.
She's also got a luxury background as well, and she's selling down there in Weston area. And I look forward to all the wisdom that she brings on, because she's gonna show us some of the strategies she uses to keep continuing to get those listings. All right, guys. So we've got a great lineup for you next month. Join us back here. We'll top off that last section with, again, the updates that we were just talking about for next month, as we're adding more and more to this amazing system that Keller Williams put together for us. We love you all. Thank you for hanging out with us, and we can't wait to do it again next month. See ya.
Go get those listings.
Get them.
You're never alone, never